and getting mentally prepared to compete. You see the greetings, everyone. Glad to have you with us on this Wednesday night edition of the end. And looking at tonight's teams, RJ, they have rosters filled with veteran players.
I was on a few teams like this, Kevin, and it's just great for the locker room. Guys are usually willing to accept their roles and understand how to win.
Looking at the starting five for the Phoenix Suns. Deadly backcourt pair of Booker and Beal. Nick Richards out there with Durant, and it's done in at the three. Doncic against Booker. Hachimura setting the pick for Doncic. Pass to Hachimura. And it's sent back by KD. And here's the fast break. Dunn leading the way. Durant feeling it out a bit. Yep, that one goes.
Just too much to handle. Durant not fazed by the ball.
Here's the Lakers with the ball. And this group reaching a major milestone this season, notching their 50th win in their last game.
Hey, you love to ensure a winning season, and most NBA teams, even great ones, consider this a major accomplishment.
And so it's the Suns getting on the board first. James misses. And just over a minute played here in the start of the game. Well, Richard, you were a teammate of LeBron James's, winning a title in Cleveland with him, playing with LeBron. What was something you learned about his game and about him?
Well, I learned that he takes the greatness that has been bestowed upon him as a gift, and it is a curse, but he understands how to handle both.
And that one's good. Hachimura.
And the confidence Hachimura has in himself, knows he can score from this area when given the chance.
It's stolen by Hachimura. And pushing it up, here's Los Angeles. And finished off by LeBron.
Pressuring the ball and making a play that created the opportunity.
And as soon as they got the steal, it was off to the races. This is the aggressive mindset that the coaching staff encourages them to maintain.
So it's Phoenix now after the basket by Los Angeles. A nice shot by KD.
The range KD possesses makes him a constant threat outside. The defense has to be all over him.
Doncic passes to James. Reeves outside. Just 5 on the clock. Los Angeles needs to get off a shot here. Here's Hayes. And they wasted no time getting those 3 points back.
Come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
Yeah, I love the competitive fire right there. You drain a triple on us, and I'm coming for my revenge.
Hachimura against KD. Now Reeves. And there's the drive. And that won't go, missing the go-ahead bucket. Here's Beal. And denied. He sends it right off the glass. Pass to Hachimura. That shot no good. Done with some nice D. And something you see with the Lakers, they really trust their role players, don't they, Richard?
Yeah, LeBron does a great job of empowering his group. That's why he's top 5 in the league all time in assists. If you earn his trust, he will give you a ton of space to work. The Lakers know that they can only go as far as their great group of role players. You look at Durant's game and you instantly see all the hours of hard work that went into shaping it. He's so polished in every area. His skills are so sharp.
Now, here's Doncic. Pass to Hachimura. There's a minute 34 left to play in the first. James. No good. That's miss number 2. He's 1 for 3. The Suns leading. Booker in the post. Hayes on him. Richards passes to Dunn. Back to Richards. It's stolen by Hachimura. And even 3-on-3 break. And it's Bradley Beal with the rebound. Suns have gone 3 of 5 shooting the ball so far. And now we've got some time to check in from the sidelines. You got for us, DA?
Kevin, thanks. Devin Booker is a 3-level scoring threat. He said, I'm just reading coverages and taking what the defense gives me. That's a mid-range jumper, which analytically people say isn't the highest percentage shot. But for myself, it's a good one. I've shot it pretty much my whole life. Kevin?
And David, doesn't it show? Wow, he is something else. Hey, thank you. Here's Doncic after the made shot from KD. James in the post. Dunn covering. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul.
That's his first.
Okay, Ron with the big boy moves. Look, he just absorbs the foul, still getting the shot, doesn't even feel it.
That free throw, no good.
2 shots.
And the second free throw, good. Suns leading by 3. There's a 4-second difference from the shot clock to the game clock. And the dunk by Booker.
And with his skill, you kind of forget that Booker is 6'5" and can get to the rim with ease.
Booker against Doncic. Pass to Hayes. The shot's good on the assist by Doncic. Hayes has got 5 points so far.
And they've scored several times already here in the first quarter on the inside.
Booker and the dunk by Booker.
Yeah, a nice, strong finish on the inside.
But Greg, that's what he does. He's got the dunker mentality. And here's Doncic from the arc. And so the first quarter is in the books. Phoenix ahead, leading by 5. And the second. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through 1 quarter of action so far. And let's take a moment, guys, to get your take on the scoring so far for Phoenix.
Oh, boy, they've been driving deep into that defense early on, and it's paid off. Great penetration from the perimeter so far.
Also, they're getting into the teeth of the defense. Points in the paint, something coaches always love to see.
Outside, the wings are Reeves and James. Hachimura out there with Hayes. And it's Doncic in at the point guard position. That's the group for the Lakers to start the second quarter. RJ, so often with rookies, we want to judge them after half a season. We're not very patient with them. How long should we give players to prove themselves in the NBA?
Well, there's a different type of prove yourself. If you're talking about a rookie, I was taught after about game 60, you're no longer a rookie because you've played every team, you understand the defensive concepts. You might be a little fatigued, but after that, you're no longer a rookie. But to judge them if they can play in this league, it can take a couple of years.
Inside, and Hayes throws it down.
Excellent at dishing the rock. Luka with the nice feed.
And so it's Beal who brings the ball up for Phoenix. Leading by 5. And the foul on Rui Hachimura. That's foul number 2 for him.
That's his second personal foul. First team foul.
Richards with it. Working on Hayes. The shot by KD. No good.
Close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
And Richard, you've watched LeBron James over the years. His approach never wavers. It never changes.
He is all business all the time, on the court, off the court. The consistency of his focus and mental toughness is unbelievable.
And Hayes throws it down.
And he had more than enough room there for one of those trademark slams that he's become noted for.
And Greg, I think once he got that space, you just knew it was going to happen.
So did the defense.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, everybody in the building was waiting for it.
Here's Doncic, and Doncic throws it down.
And sometimes defenses sleep on Doncic's ability to elevate. He is capable of throwing it down.
The drive by Booker. Beal gets a wide open look. Misses the 3.
The defense just giving him the easy look there. He's not going to miss that.
LeBron kicks to Doncic. Back to LeBron. To the inside. Shot clock at 6. Here we go, one-on-one. Booker with it. He's picked up by Doncic.
Outstanding initiative from Booker. Terrific at earning these calls inside.
GA, when we think about Booker's scoring ability, he always has been ahead of the curve.
The youngest player ever to score 70 in a game, amongst the youngest to get to 10,000 points. Booker is on a historic scoring pace.
And coming in as a force-spacing two guard. How impressive is it, RJ, that Devin Booker is holding down the point?
And it's not just the rate of assists. He's limiting his turnovers in great fashion, too, despite his high usage.
Durant, the pass to Booker. Here's Richards. Kicks it out to Booker. Booker sinks the three.
Instantaneous offense. Booker gets the hot pass and quickly has that shot in the air.
A nice shot by Doncic.
And they've repeatedly probed inside in the first half, guys, and it's paid off.
To the middle. Beal, the pass to Richards. They double team KD. Durant soaring in for the deuce.
Well, Durant must be making the defense sweat a little bit right now. Whenever he gets into a rhythm, he gets aggressive.
And there's the call on Durant. That is his first foul of the game.
His first personal foul. Second team foul.
Reeves finds Hachimura. And he drives in. Laid in with a nice touch off the glass. Hachimura's got his second basket.
That's a guy you want taking shots, a quality offensive player.
Booker with it. Defended by Reeves. Back to Booker. Lets it go with a three. And Beal kicks to Booker. Pocket six. Three-pointer. Offensive rebound. Pass to Beal. Done against Reeves. Dunn passes to Beal. Now here's Durant. Puts up a deep three. And it's Luka with the rebound. James in the post. KD's on him. Now here's LeBron. Takes it inside. Here's Hachimura. The rebound by Richards. Richards got his sixth rebound on the night. Dunn up top. He's defended by Reed. Oh, Durant imposing his will.
This man has entered the zone. Great shooting performance from him all game long.
And so it's the Phoenix Suns holding on to an 8-point lead heading into the break. Their defensive mindset clearly focused on clamping down on LeBron. Thank you, David. And we'll be back for the third quarter of action following halftime. And we hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. We're halfway through the game. What a game we're seeing from Kevin Durant.
The way he was able to finish on the block was incredible there in that first half.
The question now is, will the defense keep letting him punish them inside? Or did Coach have some new ideas for them?
And Phoenix looking who they've got on the floor. Deadly backcourt pair of Booker and Beal. Dunn is out there with Durant, and it's Richards in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. Again, Durant missing. Lakers trail by 5. And Kevin Durant, one of the top 10 scorers in league history. And RJ still going strong.
And he does it with efficiency, Kevin. Takes great shots, and he's incredibly accurate. And if he doesn't have a look, he's a willing passer.
Beal from long range sinks the three-pointer. Beal's got the lead up to 8 now for Phoenix.
So good from three-point line. Beal stretches out the defense.
Here's Doncic. Rebound by the Suns. Richards got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. Beal, the pass to Richards. And down it goes, jamming that one home.
Yeah, he's shown terrific control of the pace and the rhythm of this offense.
He's locked in with his teammates right now, setting guys up in perfect position.
Doncic finds Hayes. That one goes. Counted. Hayes has got 11 points.
He's just adept at gutting the defense in these sets. Give Doncic a passing lane, and he'll thread the needle.
And pushing it up. Here's Los Angeles. Kicks it out to James. Oh, good with the triple. Phoenix leading by 8. Beal, the pass to Dunn. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line. That's on LeBron James.
And with the offense getting right to the rim, at least they saved the layup.
Lenz checked in for Hayes. Second free throw, no good. Lakers have gone 2 of 5 shooting here in the third quarter. Back to Doncic. Pass to Len. Hachimura down low. Guarded by KD. Hachimura setting the pick for Doncic. Back to Hachimura. Len with it. And here is Hachimura. Another shot. Reeves outside. Pass to Hachimura. Tough sequence there. They just couldn't get it to fall.
And typically he has the touch to finish when he's in tight, but not sure on that possession. Loving the energy right now here in the third quarter as they try to take control of this game.
Yes, this is a pivotal moment in this game. Those extra possessions right now, they just mean a little bit more.
Dunn finds Beal. LeBron grabs the miss. Lakers trail by 10. Guys, they're looking for a way to score here.
Yeah, they've had a tough time taking the lid off.
You give a shooter of his caliber that much time to seam it up, oh yeah, you're done.
Booker dishes to KD. Trying to come right back with the 3 of his own. It's no good. Reeves the pass to LeBron. 1:37 left to play in the third. Pass to Hachimura. Reeves against Beal. Then off the mark and a bad shot there. Phoenix leading by 7. Here's Richards. Good. And Beal picking up the assist. Beal's got 6 assists here tonight.
Good eyes, Bradley Beal. That's a nice setup there.
Los Angeles has gone 2 of 5 with the 3-point shot since coming out of the break. Reeves the pass to Len, and the dunk by Len.
Strong move to the 10, trying to get his guys going.
Hard not to get motivated, GA, right when your teammate makes that kind of play.
And that could be the spark they needed to make a little run as they try to even this thing up.
Beal against Reeves. Here's Dunn, and Dunn with the slam.
Oh, he just punches that one down with a fury.
He rubs it in a little deeper with the hanging finish. No one near James as he lets it go. Off the mark there with the 3-point shot. Beal dishes to KD. Reeves against Beal. Outside Durant. Off target from 3-point range.
And he didn't punish them for the weak coverage there, but they can't count on him to continue missing.
There's a 4-second difference from the shot clock to the game clock. Doncic passes to Reeves. Over to the wing. Doncic with it. It's tipped. And so it's Phoenix holding on to an 8-point lead heading into the break. Their shooting has been the big key. Their percentage from the field. And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assists of the game.
Just true artistry right there. I mean, great decision on where to go with the ball, and how about the perfect delivery?
A lot of times a spectacular pass is more impressive than a spectacular shot. This is one of those times.
And this is it. Glad to have you along for this 4th and final quarter. In it forward for him, it's James and Hachimura. Austin Reeves out there with Luka Doncic. And it's Len in at the center position. That's who's in the game for the Lakers. Doncic looking it over. Doncic powers it home.
With the skill of Doncic at 6'7", 230, it makes him an impossible matchup defensively.
Durant against Hachimura. Kicks it out to Booker. That's good, and it's KD with the assist. Booker's got the lead up to 11 now for Phoenix.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flame.
Always plays hard until the final whistle, no matter what the situation is.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
This is today's NBA. Hey, we see this kind of exchange more often than not.
And stolen by LeBron. Here's Doncic. Forcing his way inside. Doncic.
Guys, you never know what you'll see when you're watching Luka Doncic. His offensive creativity is through the roof.
Booker finds KD. A drive by Beal. Back to Durant. Physical defense. And KD does not flinch.
Just Mr. Reliable again here today, Kevin. I mean, they need his points, and he's producing.
Hachimura with a screen on Booker. And with that shot, the Suns lead is cut back down to 6. They get the basket from Luka Doncic.
And guys, the intelligence is evident. When the pick comes, Doncic often makes the right read.
Dunn, wide open, he fires. Booker inside, working on James. 6 to shoot. Here's Durant, driving in. Kicks it out to Booker. The three-pointer, no good. For Los Angeles, they've gone a perfect 4 of 4 to start the final quarter. Cast for anything more than that. Done against LeBron. James down the lane and stolen by Dunn. Richards passes to Dunn. KD on the wing. Guarded by Len. Booker against Doncic. No good from Booker. Lakers trail by 6. 1:52 left in the fourth quarter. Dunn against Doncic. It's hauled in by Dunn. Dunn's got 5 rebounds tonight. In comes Durant. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line.
When Durant puts it on the deck, good luck trying to stop him. Sometimes you gotta resort to just fouling.
Hayes is checked in for the Lakers. Second one is good. Hitting both at the line, and it's an 8-point game. Doncic against Booker. Hachimura setting the pick for Doncic. Hachimura down low, defended by Booker. LeBron passes to Hachimura. No one near Doncic as he lets it fly. His three-pointer's off the mark.
You know what, though? Sometimes you can be too open. I think it may have surprised him, and that's why he missed.
And again, it's the Suns missing.
Defense kind of rolled the dice there, and I'm a little surprised that it ended up going their way with the miss.
Lakers passing it around. Hachimura with a screen on KD. And Hayes kicks to Hachimura. Ron right side. And the Lakers with another miss.
This is the definition of forcing it. He's trying to get himself going, but taking tough shots just won't do it.
And it's Durant missing. The Lakers with the ball. 8-point game. 8-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Hayes dishes to LeBron. Launches a 3. Another miss by James. Now done. Pass to Beal. The wide open look for Durant. Good on the triple. So it's the Suns winning easily here. A solid win on the road for them. This building was dead silent by the time G. Thanks so much, David. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. Alongside Richard Jefferson and Greg Anthony and our reporter David Aldridge and the entire 2K Sports crew. This is
Coming up next, the Lakers. And welcome to 2K Sports for with all the battles cast, Grant, definitely some history between these two teams.
Oh, BA, this is high level. You talk East versus West, that's usually championship or bust type aspirations.
Looking at the starting five for Boston. The perimeter pairing, it's White and Brown. Tatum is the 4 with Porzingis at center. And it's Holiday in at the point guard position. Shot clock at 6. And James gets it to go.
Making it look easy. LeBron just so comfortable from that range.
Outside Tatum, the 3 is up. Vanderbilt pulls it in. Now Los Angeles with it. And with their last victory, this team reached the 50-win mark on the season.
And they should be proud of what they've been able to accomplish. You can't just luck your way into 50 wins. You gotta be a good team to reach that feat. Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Once he gets in deep on the defense, there is no way he's missing a layup like that.
Now here's Porzingis. Here's White, back to Porzingis. Oh, it's Porzingis with the jam.
Now, we know he can hit threes, but Kristaps showing he can slam it too.
You know, Grant, after losing in the first round last season, it felt like changes were inevitable for the Lakers.
Yeah, making the playoffs isn't enough for that franchise. They are all about championship success, and anything short of that is a failure.
Now here's Finney-Smith. Back to Vanderbilt. The Lakers got to get one up. Late clock. Down low. Outside Holiday. Launches it. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by James. A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
I did briefly speak with J.J. Redick. We discussed just how difficult Jason Tatum is to guard and what he wants his team to do against him, and Coach told me he's a very talented and polished player. I told our guys to stay in front of him, don't fall for the pump fakes, play smart and under control. It's easier said than done, but we'll see if they're up to the task. Guys, back to you.
Thank you for that, Allie. And Porzingis with the block.
Got to be careful shooting around Porzingis. His length is so capable of erasing shots.
Brown passes to White. To the middle. Here's Tatum. And unable to get the go-ahead bucket there. The Lakers have gone just 2 for 4 from the floor. Finney-Smith passes to James. Back to Finney-Smith. From outside the arc. That falls. Nice feed that time from James.
Yeah, elevating his teammates with passes like this. LeBron is all about making his guys better.
Brown inside. Finney-Smith's there. Brown finds Porzingis. Misses from short range.
That's their plan, to get him an opportunity to finish in tight. That's a miss they can live with.
Here's Vanderbilt. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. It's on Drew Holiday.
I like that. I mean, some physical play inside. He's not about to give up any easy baskets.
Jared Vanderbilt.
That one's no good. Celtics trail by 3.
2 minutes remain in the first. 2 minutes.
Pass to Holiday. Tatum, a screen on Reeves. White for 3. Again, the miss by Boston. For Los Angeles, they've gone 3 of 5 here in the opening quarter. Well, Grant, even though it looks like LeBron could play forever, he stated that he doesn't have much time left.
Well, it's unbelievable that he's sustained this level of excellence for as long as he has. I would be surprised if we see this type of longevity ever again.
Now here's Brown. Yet to see a basket. And it's Porzingis that time on the assist by Holiday.
One of the tallest guys in the league. Give Porzingis the ball there and just let him work.
Vanderbilt, a screen on Tatum. Here's James. That bucket makes him 3 for 5.
Now you want to get him going as soon as possible. Great way for him to start this game.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, if he gets into a good rhythm early, watch out.
Outside, Brown. Pass to Porzingis. Oh, he nails that one. 3 for 4 now.
Just owning the painted area. If it's working, no need to change.
Vanderbilt, a screen on Holiday. Out to James. Fires the 3. Rebound Boston.
I can't believe he missed that 3. Regardless, that's not a shot the defense should be giving.
White for 3. Can't get it to go, making him 0 for 2. The Lakers have gone 4 of 7, shooting a solid percentage. James, a screen on Brown. It's Finney Smith with the drive. James against Tatum. And here's Doncic outside. Nice start for him, sinking his first shot.
Encouraging to see Doncic sink the 3. Needs to keep doing this now.
Brown passes to White. Back to Brown. Can't hit from in close. And that does it for the first quarter. The Lakers on top. They're up by 4. Quarter number 2. If you're just joining us, we played through 1 quarter in this one. What do you guys think about Los Angeles here in this one?
Just excellent first quarter defense. They've been really getting after it.
Yeah, but it's hard to keep that kind of intensity for the entire game. But if they can come close to that, they'll be in a great spot.
On the court for the Celtics, second quarter underway. The core of this team, Brown and Tatum in the front court. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. And it's Porzingis in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. And he shows the focus there, nails the tee. Brown finds Holiday. The kick out to White. Poke loose. Outside Holiday, down to 5 on the shot clock. Jacks up a 3. White can't hit. The Lakers lead by 3. Here's Doncic. Pass to Reeves. 4-3. Out to James. Now Finney Smith. Now here's Reeves. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet. The 3, James. Porzingis grabs the board. Tatum with it. Picked up by James. Beyond the arc. The shot by Holiday, no good. The Lakers have got none of their first 3 shots to fall so far in the second. Outside Finney Smith. On the wing, Reeves. This one for 3. Boston pulls it in.
And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's a shot he typically makes.
A minute and a half gone in the second quarter. Vanderbilt, a pass to Finney Smith. And Jaylen Brown gets a whistle that time. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
Doncic against Holiday. Outside Vanderbilt. 6 on the shot clock. Reeves, the pass to Vanderbilt. And Vanderbilt slams it in.
We haven't seen many buckets like that one. These teams have struggled to dial in their shooting.
Yeah, the score is also the result of quality defense. These teams are almost doing more on that end.
And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
Jaylen Brown is playing with so much confidence. He said, quote, "I feel like I'm a different player. My body has changed. Athletically, I'm entering my prime. I'm more aware on defense and offense. I feel like on both sides of the ball, I'm playing the best basketball of my life."
Well, it shows, Allie, for sure. James deciding where to go with it. Outside Finney Smith. And wrestling for it there, but no one has possession. We'll have a jump ball.
Jump ball.
And they'll get another chance. To the inside. Brown with the steal. Now the Celtics on the move. White for 3. And White finishes off the break. Well done.
Yeah, way back when I started coaching, you never wanted a three-pointer on a fast break. Now, it's the shot teams are looking for.
Defense was all over Doncic, so he smartly uses a pick to get free to shoot.
Holiday against Doncic. Spins. And there's a whistle. He'll head to the line to shoot two. Grant, there's a huge difference between talent on paper versus winning.
You're right, B.A., and it comes down to coaching, chemistry, and sacrifice. But I think the biggest thing is effort. All things being equal, the team that plays the hardest is going to win. He's making the most of every trip to the line, providing for his team.
James, a screen on Holiday. Doncic passes to Vanderbilt. Back to Doncic. Knocks it loose. Brown with the steal. There's a minute 34 left to play in the second quarter.
Well, he competed for that rebound. You love to see him getting in there and scrapping for the ball.
Reeves. Nice D from Tatum. The Celtics have gotten nothing to go out of 5 attempts so far this quarter. Holiday passes to White. On the wing, Holiday. He's marked by Finney-Smith. 5 to shoot. Here's Tatum. Oh, that doesn't go on the chance to tie. Los Angeles has gone 0 for 4 from beyond the arc here in the second quarter. James, outside. Finney-Smith passes to James. Back to Finney-Smith. Shoots over Brown. And once again, off the mark by Los Angeles. Pass to Holiday. Porzingis surveying the floor. Back to Holiday. Fires for 3. He drops it from range. Holiday's got 6 points.
With balance and good rhythm, Holiday serves as an effective catch-and-shoot player.
James finds Doncic. Back to James. Here's Vanderbilt. Lets the 3 fly. And again, the Lakers, no good. Tatum against James. Right side, Tatum. Here's Porzingis. Oh, it's Porzingis with the jam.
And once he gets to the rim, it's fairly automatic.
Nothing fancy right there. Just takes his 2 points, moves on. And the first half comes to an end. We've got a close game going here. Boston out in front, up by 3. Don't go away. We'll be back momentarily.
And please direct your attention to center court. And get ready for the fan half-court shot from. They're measuring up the shot.
And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been a fairly even one. You look at Kristaps Porzingis. What a contribution.
The numbers say it all. He spent the first half playing efficient ball.
Yeah, it's not like he's getting everything at the rim. He's playing smart and just taking what the defense gives him.
They've got Jackson Hayes, LeBron James out there with Dorian Finney-Smith. Then it's Luka Doncic, and it's Reeves in a 2-guard. That's who's in the game for the Lakers.
And when he was younger, Tatum would often try to do it all himself, but now he wants to keep everybody involved.
Doncic passes to Hayes. Out to James. From deep, here's Doncic. That falls. Nice feed that time from James. James has got 3 assists tonight. Outside Tatum. Tatum, a screen on Reeves. White, the pass to Tatum. No good. Good work defensively by James. Lakers trail by 3. Here's Doncic. Pass to Hayes. Now Finney-Smith, defended by Brown. Finney-Smith's shot is off. And so it's Porzingis with it. He brings it up for the Celtics. White finds Porzingis. Outside Holiday. Offline with a 3. Well, Los Angeles shooting right at 35%. Not getting what they want out there. They grab their own miss. Outside Finney-Smith. James, a screen on Holiday. Finney-Smith passes to James. Hayes with it. Now guarded by White. James. Nice D from Tatum. Celtics lead by 3. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair.
You know, one thing you got to love about Drew Holiday is he's a true two-way player in this league. He puts in a lot of work to make a big impact on both sides of the floor.
Holiday hits them both. The Lakers have gotten only 1 of 4 shots to fall in the second half. Doncic passes to Hayes. Pass to Finney-Smith. Doncic outside. Now here's Hayes. And that's out of bounds. The Lakers will retain possession.
Lakers ball.
And we're just about 2 minutes into the second half now. 2 on the clock. Inside. LeBron James with the flush.
They're still dunking with ease. James is a physical specimen.
Outside Holiday. Tatum a screen on Doncic. Holiday passes to Tatum. Doncic grabs the miss. Lakers trail by 3. Left side Reeves. Pass to James. Back to Reeves for the tie. That falls. Nice feed that time from James. James has got 4 assists in the game. In 2024, Luka Doncic recorded 6 consecutive 30-point triple-double games.
That's right, B.A. The first time anyone has done it in NBA history. So if you didn't already believe in Luka Magic, well, there's some proof that the magic is real.
And that'll be Boston's ball as it goes out of bounds. Celtics able to keep possession here. Here's Tatum, just 5 on the clock. Lets it fly from 18, and he drains it. A solid 5 for 6 now.
He can beat you inside, he can beat you outside. Porzingis is truly the prototypical stretch big.
Doncic passes to Hayes. White with the steal. Porzingis finds Brown. Back to Porzingis. Puts up a 3. Oh, KP with the 3.
On the offensive end, Porzingis has been so dialed in, making the most of every scoring opportunity he gets.
Good work there as it goes.
Well, you love the unselfishness, makes the next pass, and enables his team to capitalize on the possession.
Tatum draws the double. Pass to Holiday. 1:06 left in the third quarter. And finished off by Tatum.
Poor rim. Tatum plays with such an edge.
Lakers trail by 5. Doncic feeling it out a bit. Pass to Hayes.
Boston.
These are his first free throws of the game.
Porzingis. That's his first personal foul.
And he drops a first.
Team foul. At the line for Los Angeles.
That one falls, so he hits both of them. Boston leading by 3. White on the wing. He's covered by Reeves. Holiday against Doncic. Here's Tatum. It doesn't go for him. Some solid defense from James. For Los Angeles, they've gone 4 of 9 in the third quarter. It's a 4-second differential between the shot clock and game clock.
You'd like to let the clock run and take the final shot.
Yeah, unless it's a gimme, there's no reason to put up an early shot here.
Brown, a screen on James. Tatum. Ooh, rugged finish from Tatum.
Yeah, he makes it look so easy out there. The game comes naturally to him.
To the paint. 3 seconds left. Oh, he misses the easy stuff. And the third quarter comes to a close. Boston out in front, leading by 5. And we're coming back in just a moment. Get ready for the fourth quarter. All right, let's take a look at our assist of the game presented by State Farm.
You talk about painting a magnificent picture with that dive. Just a great decision and a perfect delivery.
Wow, that was an absolute masterpiece of an assist. He knew exactly when to deliver the ball, and it made for a beautiful score.
And it's been a very competitive game so far as we get rolling here in quarter number 4. And a look at the 5 for the Celtics to start the fourth quarter. Tatum is the 4 with Porzingis at center. The perimeter pair is White and Brown. And it's Holiday in at the 1.
I like when Doncic goes right up with it, giving the defense no time to react.
Reeves against White. Outside Tatum. Brown with a screen. Tatum passes to Brown. The kick out to White. Just 5 to shoot. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line. It's on LeBron James.
An ascending superstar, Tatum has really honed in on what he does best on the offensive end.
Vanderbilt's checked in for Hayes. And so Tatum nails both of them. And so James will bring it up for Los Angeles. Vanderbilt, a screen on Tatum. James passes to Vanderbilt. Doncic outside. Screen by James. Doncic, no good. Celtics lead by 4. And here we go, the Celtics on the run. Here's White. Porzingis tips it back in.
I love whenever Porzingis hits the offensive boards. He has the height needed to hurt defenses in this regard.
Pass to Vanderbilt. Launches a 3. Holiday grabs the miss. And for the Celtics, they're shooting 41% in this game. White drives in. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. James has got rebound number 8 here already in the game. And there's the drive. Doncic against Holiday. On the wing, Finney-Smith. And a two-handed jam!
I just love the aggressive finish.
I'm thinking he's sending a strong message with that jam. Doncic against Holiday. Oh, it's stolen by Doncic. Here's Doncic. And Doncic hammers it home.
What energy on the drive from Doncic. Charging in before the defense can seal up the gaps.
Brown passes to Porzingis. Over 2.5 minutes in the books here in the fourth. The layup misses. LeBron going downhill from deep. Reeves. Ooh, almost had a 4-point play right there. But he'll go to the line with a chance for 3. That one on White.
You know, not the smartest play a defender can make there.
Ties it up, and his next one could give him the lead. And that one falls. That puts him up 1 point in the game now.
Well, that's what you expect from him in this situation.
Holiday finds Tatum. Oh, and it's Tatum finishing it off inside.
And it's fun watching Tatum continue to evolve as a scorer. Beautiful touch on that teardrop.
Reeves pass to James. And the basket is good. And the Lakers lead by 1.
Oh, easy to see why LeBron has the ball in these moments. He's dependable at coming through for his team.
And out of bounds, Los Angeles will have it. We've got 1:48 left to play in the fourth quarter. Doncic with it. Vanderbilt, a screen on Holiday. Out to James. 5 on the clock. Here we go, 1-on-1. White with it, picked up by Reeves. Brown scanning the floor. White for 3. Vanderbilt pulls it in. Vanderbilt's got double-digit rebounds now in the game. Finney-Smith passes to Vanderbilt. James outside. Reeves against White. Pass to Vanderbilt. Kicks it to Doncic. Over Holiday. And it's Doncic missing.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the look they want. It's tough working the mid-range area.
White on the wing. Outside, Brown. Tatum from long range. Oh, nails the triple.
Oh, in pressure moments, he's a guy you trust to make big shots.
6 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Reeves against White. And so they foul intentionally.
LeBron James. That's his second personal foul. Second team.
There's 18 seconds left in the game. Holiday finds White, and that's an intentional foul.
Luka Doncic. His third personal foul. Third team foul.
He gets the first, and that makes it a 3-point lead.
2 shots.
Second one is good, getting both at the line. And it's a 4-point ball game.
A very successful visit to the line for him. Now this is a 2-possession game.
Now a timeout called by the Lakers. They're down by 4. Turning here to our analyst. What elements become the primary keys at this point?
An uphill battle for them. Everything has to go perfectly.
Well, I'm sure they'll run a play they believe in. If it works, I say try for the steal, and if you don't get it, immediate foul.
And it's in. Oh, what a sensational bucket. That brings them within 1. And they need to stop the clock, so there's the foul.
Yeah, just trying to keep this game alive. Not a bad foul right there.
He drops the first one, and that'll put him up 2.
Shooting for Boston.
And he cannot convert on the second. That misses. And we've got a timeout called by J.J. Redick. Critical moment here. He's not taking any chances. All right, thoughts on what coach is going to do here?
They could actually go for a 3 and win here, but I think they may play it safe and try to send this game to overtime.
From deep, here's Doncic. So it's a narrow victory for the Celtics, pulling it out for the W. And this was an emotional win for them, no doubt about it.
Just a
Hello, basketball fans. You've got it on 2K Sports. We've got some great guards going head-to-head in this one. Brent, what will you keep your eye on in that matchup?
Well, Kevin, you're pointing out the guard play, so this is when they have a chance to go one-on-one. Which of these tandems can stand out against the other? Tons of pick and roll, tons of creativity, and we'll see which of these guys can pair off tonight to win this contest.
So a look at our starters for the Knicks. Karl Anthony Towns is out there with Mitchell Robinson. Then it's Bridges. Then it's OG Anunoby. And it's Hart in at the 1 spot. Now here's Hart. Robinson a screen on Doncic. Here's Hart going inside. And James pulls it down. And so it's Hachimura who brings up the ball for the Los Angeles Lakers. And this group reaching a major milestone this season, notching their 50th win in their last game.
Hey, you love to ensure a winning season, and most NBA teams, even great ones, consider this a major accomplishment.
Anunoby passes to Towns. Good, nice job down low.
So skilled working inside. Towns knows how to operate down low.
One of the best 3 and D wings in the league. Let's start with OG Anunoby, who excels from the corner.
And Kevin, about 45% on quarter threes the last couple of seasons. So OG can space that floor horizontally. That's in addition to his elite defensive ability.
Here's Hart following the 3 by the Lakers. Pass to Towns. That one's no good. That makes him 1 for 2. Los Angeles has gone 1 of 2 from long range in the first quarter. LeBron kicks to Finney-Smith. Back to James. Shot clock at 6. Now Finney-Smith. James misses.
He creates such a great opportunity right at the rim, and he just can't get it to go. Even with the defense, not really a factor.
Now, here's Anunoby. Robinson sets a screen for Anunoby. Towns dishes to Robinson. New York needs to get off a shot. With some arc. And it's Towns missing. For Los Angeles, they've gone 1 of 3 from the field to start this one so far. James, a screen on Hart. Finney-Smith passes to James. Reeves outside. Towns against Hachimura. Takes a 3. And the rebound goes to the Knicks. On the wing, Anunoby. Finney-Smith defending. Here's Hart. It's blocked. Here's Finney-Smith. He's guarded by Anunoby. About 3 minutes gone here in the first quarter. Knocks it loose. And now the Knicks on the break. Here's Hart. Lays it in off the breakaway.
What a great option he gives them on every possession.
Doncic looking it over. Reeves outside. No good on the triple.
Hard to figure out how he doesn't knock that one down. No defender in sight.
Anunoby kicks to Bridges. .131 left in the first quarter. And Towns the bucket on the assist by Bridges. Towns has got his second basket of the game.
And we just saw Cat at his best, pounding the paint, finishing near the rim.
And James throws it down hard.
Sometimes LeBron just likes to take it all out on the rim, that time on display.
Here's Hart following the bucket by the Lakers. They kick out to Anunoby. From past the arc. Offensive rebound. Robinson drops in the layup for 2.
Sometimes it's like a patient that's struggling to breathe. You just got to keep the play alive, and Robinson able to do that there.
Here's Hachimura. Hachimura setting the pick for Doncic. And here is Bridges. Still yet to score. Towns a screen on Reeves. Bridges passes to Towns. Hachimura grabs the miss.
Oh, no excuse for a guy of his caliber. You've got to finish that slam. Got to be a little embarrassed by that one.
Stolen by Anunoby. And Towns throws it down.
And forget those threes. Cat, get the easy ones.
Hachimura finds James. On the wing, Reeves. And there's the whistle. 3-second violation. Here's Hart. And no luck with that time on the buzzer beater. And that concludes the first quarter of play. Knicks up. And hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And breaking down some numbers here. The hustle stats for New York.
right off the bat, they're going after the ball, looking to jump into the passing lanes and create some steals in transition.
They've also done a great job of taking turnovers and producing out of that, working really hard that they're not wasting extra chances that they're creating.
Austin Reeves out there with Doncic. Then there's Dorian Finney-Smith. Then it's Rui Hachimura. And it's James in at the power forward position. That's the Laker 5. Now, here's Bridges after LeBron James's miss. Doncic with it. Bridges covering. And he's going to get whistled for that foul, G. That was intentional, but not exactly logical.
How about pointless to foul there? I mean, I don't know where his head is, but it's not in the game.
Finney-Smith with it. He's guarded by Anunoby. He takes it in and finished off by Finney-Smith.
And no doubt they'd love to see him get a lot more of those opportunities.
And that deficit will go away quickly if he does, Greg. Now, here's Hart. Here's Robinson. Score the basket, his second of 2 attempts.
And this is where Robinson will do damage. He's got the height, he's got the length, and when he's inside, he's going to capitalize.
Pass to Reeves. LeBron with a screen on Bridges. Reeves into the lane. Just 5 to shoot. Hachimura finds Reeves. His first shot coming late. Hachimura, no good.
Now that's just enough defensive pressure on him to throw off that shot. I bet he gets a good look at it next time and hits it.
Towns sets the pick for Bridges. Back to Towns, and the dunk by Towns.
And how about the agility of Towns? Cutting with purpose there after setting the screen. Great display of his basketball IQ.
Doncic forcing his way inside. Doncic.
That kind of looks like a predictable shot, one that they want. The defense has to prevent the ball from getting into that sweet spot.
Hart, no good. Lakers trail by 7. You know, Brent, Josh Hart has been a contributor at the many stops in his NBA career.
Sometimes you have to wait to find your home, Kevin. That's been the case for Josh, but he has always contributed to winning, and now he's locked into this role where he is flourishing. This guy has all the tools to go out there and do little things every night that help your team be in a position to win games.
And Greg, you think about what they call float game. Why does that one shot earn a nickname like that?
I mean, it's a badge of respect, right? The floaters, teardrops, whatever you call them, runners, often the finishing touch to an already well-developed offensive arsenal.
Good.
I like to see Hart looking to set up his guys in the pick and roll and be that playmaker.
Here's Doncic. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. That one goes on Anunoby. And he's got his first free throw of the game. That free throw good from Doncic.
At the line for Los Angeles, Luka Doncic.
Both free throws good from Doncic.
The all-around game of Doncic is impressive. A walking triple-double threat every night.
There's a screen by Robinson. Hart kicks to Anunoby. On the wing, Bridges. Back to Anunoby. Robinson down low. Down it goes for his 3rd basket in as many tries.
I mean, the number of points they've scored in the paint already here is eye-opening.
Doncic against Hart. Robinson with the block.
Well, the ferociousness that Robinson can have around the rim is impressive.
Anunoby with it. He's picked up by Doncic. Here's Towns, and the dunk by Towns.
And how about that? What a sensational finish.
Yeah, you got to be able to get some hang time to do that one. Bridges against Doncic. Hachimura the pass to Doncic. Here's Reeves. Goes up high for the 2-handed dunk.
So good at reading the defenses. James anticipating when they overcommitted.
On the wing, Bridges. On the wing, Anunoby. The rebound by James. Lakers trail by 7. James outside. On the wing, Doncic. Hachimura with a screen on Hart. Here's Doncic. Impressive work inside from Doncic.
Once Doncic gets inside with the ball, he's halfway there. Then he just uses his strength to finish the job.
Robinson dishes to Bridges. Off target with his three.
And close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
Robinson with the block. And it's out of bounds. The Lakers able to retain possession here. Doncic against Hart. And Doncic, here we go. And he uses the glass on the layup. Doncic has got 8 points in the quarter.
And I love how Doncic reads the floor, varies his pace, and uses every trick of the bag to get where he wants to go.
Back to Robinson. It's been all about Karl Anthony Towns for New York. He notched 8 points in the quarter and has that terrific basketball instinct. All right, David, thank you, and stay with us, folks. We'll be back just after halftime to get the third quarter started.
Please direct your attention to center court. And get ready for the fan half-court shot.
And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been fairly even so far. Karl Anthony Towns has been sensational.
Yeah, it's been a great performance from him, really staying focused on quality shots.
Yeah, this is showing that they're not going to play at anybody else's pace but their own.
Here's who Tom Thibodeau is starting the second half with. We've got Mitchell Robinson. Mikal Bridges out there with Hart. Then it's OG Anunoby. And it's Towns in its center. Bridges deciding where to go with it. And that one clearly a foul. Gets the whistle and 2 shots coming up.
And Bridges really likes to get to the interior and earn himself some opportunities from the charity stripe.
Both free throws good from Bridges. And so it's the Lakers with it. It's a 5-point game. Doncic passes to Hachimura. And the dunk by Hachimura.
And that's a solid flush from Hachimura.
Now Hart. Pass to Robinson. In the corner, it's Bridges. 6 on the shot clock. Anunoby has the open look. A 3-pointer off the mark. And here are the Lakers. They trail by 3. Finney Smith passes to Hachimura. And the dunk by Hachimura.
And some hang time on the rim. Puts a little cherry on the top of that slam.
Well, those kind of displays of strength can get one team rolling. Hart the pass to Robinson.
A lot of people like Mitchell Robinson because he does what he's told to do, and that is stay in the lane. It's where he does a lot of damage, both defensively and offensively.
That one is no good. And Los Angeles guys shooting with confidence, 50% from the field so far. Hart against Doncic. Pass to Finney Smith. The kick out to LeBron. The Lakers need to get a shot off here. And it's going to be a 24-second shot clock violation. They turn it over.
Well, after committing a turnover like that, you're just praying the game doesn't come down to the last possession. You'll remember that one.
Now, here's Hart. To the paint. Towns, the pass to Hart. Some nice passing by New York here. And the shot will not go from Anunoby. The Lakers trail. The numbers will back it up, Brett, but when you watch OG Anunoby, it's easy to see why he is an elite defender.
Yeah, Kevin, he's been slept on by a lot of casual fans around the NBA, but trust me, diving deeper into the numbers, OG's defense is elite. He's got that strength, he's got the wingspan, He's got great instincts, and he is daunting for any would-be scorer that wants to put points on the board.
Anunoby, good.
And I like the back and forth here, showing confidence from range.
It seems like they're going to find out who can make the deepest threes. Right now, it's a shootout.
And here we go. Fast break. Towns has got it.
Oh, that's a golden opportunity to finish on the break, and he blows it.
Completely lost focus. You can't get 2 steps ahead.
Lakers shooting their 5th and 6th free throws of the game.
And typically a strength of theirs, 79% on the season.
Free throw good, James.
The feel LeBron has for the game, unreal. Whatever situation he finds himself in, he always seems to have an answer.
Anunoby in the corner. Wants to get it to Reeves, and does. Doncic steps on the gas. And the rebound goes to the Knicks.
2 minutes remaining.
Here's Towns. Good, and the assist goes to Robinson. Towns has got 16 points.
And this is what Towns is capable of. He's an incredibly gifted offensive weapon who can score at all 3 levels.
Hachimura setting the pick for Doncic to the inside. Hachimura setting the pick for Doncic. Back to Hachimura. And that one, good. He's got 6.
Hachimura just strong, doing what it took to get that one off.
Hard against Doncic. Hart the pass to Towns. The Lakers with the rebound. Hachimura's got 6 rebounds in the game. Here's Reeves, and there's the slam dunk to finish it off.
Very little resistance against that throwdown.
Nope, not what they want to see in a game this close, Greg.
On one side, inspiration. On the other, devastation.
Here's Bridges. It's rebounded by Doncic. Here are the Lakers with the ball. They're on a 13-5 run here. Out to the right wing, and it's out of bounds. The Knicks will take it the other way.
Well, that's 2 teammates who need to reintroduce themselves to one another, not on the same page.
Knicks trail by 3. 40 seconds left to play here in the 3rd. The kick out to Anunoby. Kept alive by New York.
And it's the size and mobility of Towns that makes it so hard to deal with, especially when he's looking to score.
It's his first trip to the line.
Shooting for
Did he lay an egg at the stripe in their previous game? Couldn't get anything to drop. Well, he's come through for them at the line today, and you love having a big fella who's so capable on his free throw.
Doncic pushes off the contact and hits.
And inside, Luka knows the bucket is there, so he is willing to fight for it.
Hart the pass to Bridges. Hart with it. Outside Robinson. Back to Hart. Right side Robinson. Pass to Hart. Here's Robinson. Towns in the corner. Bridges outside. Here's Anunoby. Buries the long-range jumper. Anunoby's got the game tied up here for the Knicks. That's the end of the 3rd, and it's all tied up. And 4th quarter basketball will be coming your way on 2K Sports right after this. Now let's take a look at our assist of the game presented by State Farm.
Just true artistry right there. I mean, great decision on where to go with the ball, and how about the perfect delivery?
Yeah, those are the kind of plays that you want to put on a canvas. Just beautiful basketball.
Well, this has been a great contest so far, and I imagine the 4th quarter could have even more action in store for us. James is out there with Dorian Finney-Smith. Then there's Luka Doncic. Then it's Austin Reeves. And it's Hachimura in at the 5. That's the Laker 5. Here's Towns. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul.
And nice intensity from Towns in the paint. Doesn't back off and takes that shot while being fouled.
And he sinks the 2nd. The Lakers in the lead. On the wing, Doncic. Defended by Hart. Doncic dishes to James.
Not the first, certainly not the last time we'll see this. LeBron finding airspace.
Bridges outside. Robinson finds Bridges. Hart wide open. He fires. And there's the foul. It's on Towns. That's foul number 2 for him. And so Doncic will bring it up for L.A. 3-point lead. To the middle. Oh, the athletic move by LeBron James.
And LeBron continues to self-dial himself. Look at him, he's in a groove.
And the shot will not go from Anunoby. Here's Finney Smith, defended by Hart. On the wing, Doncic. That's in for his 5th make of the night. Now shooting at a 50% clip, 5 for 10.
The skill of Doncic at 6'7", 230, it makes him an impossible matchup defensively.
Bridges kicks to Anunoby. Bridges passes to Anunoby. Bridges outside. In the corner, it's Robinson. Shot clock at 5. Back to Hart. Shoots the 3. It's hauled in by Los Angeles.
And that was almost a block. Still did enough to alter the shot.
Yeah, altering the shot just as long as there's a miss. That kind of energy not wasted.
What determination from Doncic pushing his shot through despite some stiff defense to draw the foul.
He makes 1 of 2 that time. Knicks trail by 8. Here's Hart. Down low. And it's Towns missing. And it's the Lakers ball. They're on a 9-1 run. Just under 2.5 minutes gone here in the final quarter. James finds Doncic. The Lakers moving the ball around. A chance to extend the lead to double digits, but it's no good. Here's Hart. And it's Finney Smith with the rebound. Lakers leading by 8. Reeves outside. LeBron against Robinson. Here's Finney Smith. And the Lakers with another miss. New York's gotten off to an 0 for 2 start from downtown here in the 4th quarter. Bridges kicks to Towns. The 3. And there's Bridges on the assist by Towns.
And Bridges elevating his game. Woo!
Doncic with it. Hart covering. Doncic passes to Reeves. James outside. On the wing, Reeves. Just 3 to shoot. There's the try. Yep, it counts. And the Lakers lead by 7.
That's the guy they're going to keep going to, as they should. The lead's only going up if they keep feeding him.
Here's Hart, and there's the foul. It'll go on Josh Hart. That'll be his 2nd foul of the game.
Yeah, really good defensive play to cut him off there and square up.
Over 3.5 minutes through the final quarter now. Los Angeles leading by 7. Doncic with it. Driving inside. Oh, that was something else.
Stunning the crowd and the defense with that one. What a show from Doncic.
Towns sets the pick for Hart. And the rejection by James. Here's Reeves, the rim-rattling two-handed jam.
And at this point, just sort of running through the paces as it appears it'll be a nice win here for Los Angeles.
They never settled for mediocre shots.
And Kevin, they had great penetration this time out.
And one of the key components to this victory, if not the biggest, was the incredible performance for Luka Doncic.
Serving up feeds all night long. He was the best teammate that they had on the floor.
No good from Finney Smith.
Guys, let's just go ahead and call this one. It's over.
You want to keep expending energy, or do you want to start thinking about the next one?
1 second separating the shot clock and game clock. Doncic, no good. Fires away from way outside. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Bridges. So it's the Lakers taking care of business here. Even early on in this one, it seemed like they were happy to be playing at home tonight.
And it makes a big difference. Once they started to really play in rhythm, you never felt like they had any doubts as to whether or not they were going to win.
And now let's catch up with David Aldridge, who's standing by from the sideline. All right, Dave.
Thanks very much. LeBron, in the fourth quarter, were you looking to be aggressive?
Thank you for that, David. And that'll do it, folks. So for David Aldridge, Greg Anthony. Hello, everyone. Proud to bring you Here are the starters for Los Angeles. Dorian Finney-Smith is out there with James. Then there's Luka Doncic. Then it's Austin Reeves. And it's Hachimura in at the 5 down low. And for Phoenix, deadly backcourt pair of Booker and Beal. Durant is out there with Dunn. And it's Richards in at the 5. Here's Hachimura. Greg, we're sure to see a lot of quality basketball here tonight, given the veteran talent on both sides.
Yeah, tremendously high IQs from both teams, so expect a clean game. And some of these players have been through it all in this league.
Now Reeves, following Durant's three-point attempt. Here's Doncic. No good. Good D by Booker. And the short break in the action gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
Mike Budenholzer and I got a chance to talk for a bit. Undoubtedly, their defensive focus is trying to limit Luka Doncic. Coach told me Luka is a great player who impacts the game on so many levels. No one has been able to shut him down. We just need to play with physicality and make him work for everything. We'll see how they handle one of the toughest matchups in the NBA. Guys?
All right, David, thanks. Al Beal after Luka Doncic's three-pointer that didn't go. Done outside. Looking for Richards and gets it there. Shot clock at 6. Booker the pass to Durant. And a miss there on the triple. Lakers have gone 0 of 4, missing their first 4 field goals. Pass to Hachimura. Here's Reeves. Hachimura with a screen on Booker. Reeves right side.
Austin Reeves.
Oh, that's an old-fashioned rim wrap.
Just a remarkable jam. These fans' jaws are on the ground right now. Stolen by Reeves. Here's Doncic. Hachimura the pass to LeBron. Picked by Finney-Smith. The tray. Trains the three-pointer.
Well, this is where Dorian Finney-Smith has really come such a long way. What a transformation to a real threat beyond the arc.
And Beal kicks to Booker. And the Suns miss again.
And they had some botched coverage that turned into no coverage.
And Doris, one guy who rarely has an off night, Devin Booker.
He has been the model of consistent excellence, Kevin. This guy's so efficient, so productive, all about winning. I am not sure Devin Booker gets the credit he deserves for the level he's at every night.
Now here's Booker, done outside. There's the 3.
2 minutes remaining in the
nice ball movement by Phoenix. And Booker is good for 3.
And from the corner, Booker is not a player you can forget about.
Here's Doncic. Pass to Finney-Smith. Doncic outside. James a screen on Booker. Just 4 to shoot. Here's Finney-Smith. Drills it from outside.
Dorian Finney-Smith.
Finney-Smith's got 6.
Yeah, this is the kind of shot that the team relies on Finney-Smith to make. You get a look, you've got to be willing to knock it down.
And the shot is good.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
And I think defensively, that is not the way you want to start. Giving up high percentage looks, that doesn't typically end well.
Gets it to go from beyond the arc.
Well, Luka Doncic on the receiving end of a quality pass. We usually see him with the ball.
So, Doris, when you look at the whole package, is Durant a one-of-a-kind player in your...
Well, we certainly have guys with that size, but this is a player who can literally play every single position on the floor. The size, 7 foot. The ball skills, the shooting, the playmaking, the decision-making. I am not sure we will ever see another Durantula, the great one, Kevin Durant. And one of the best things about Kevin Durant is he simply locks in on exactly what's in front of him at the moment. If that means working at practice, that's what he does. If that's competing at a high level in the game, that's what he does. This guy reads situations so well, and he knows how to execute.
And he's got his first chance at the line here.
And he shot foul shots at about a 75% clip a season ago. The feel LeBron has for the game, unreal. Whatever situation he finds himself in, he always seems to have an answer.
And the three ball is good.
Not too much respect shown to him by the defenders.
The drive by Doncic. James against Durant. James looking around. Finney Smith. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. And then Durant with the dunk.
That's the size and reach of Kevin Durant at the rim. Yes, sir.
And Durant sends it back. And so it looks like the Lakers will retain possession here. Off the inbound. A nice shot by Doncic. Here's Dunn. And so both teams trading buckets as we end the first quarter. Lakers ahead. They lead by a bucket. And we'll be back shortly for the... And it's been a pretty even game here after one quarter of play. And from what we've seen so far from the Lakers, guys, what are your thoughts?
Well, one way to generate more offense, pound the offensive glass. That was the difference in the first.
I love the determination. They want to go after every rebound out there and overwhelming to the opposition right now.
So on the floor for the Lakers to start this second quarter, we've got Doncic. Dorian Finney-Smith is out there with LeBron James. Then it's Rui Hachimura. And it's Reeves in at the shooting guard.
Well, how about the defense from Kevin Durant? Sends that shot back.
Beal finds Dunn. And Dunn with the slam.
That's a stomach punch, guys. Turn it over and give him a free run to the bucket.
Oh, you're so right. No question who has the momentum now.
It's still close, though. These teams have been neck and neck. Let's see the response here.
Doncic dishes to James. Reeves the pass to Doncic. Phoenix grabs the miss. On the drive, Booker. Pass to Richards. Outside, Beal. Stolen by Reeves. It's LeBron with the drive. Can't get it to fall. He's missed the second after making his first. For Phoenix, they've gone 1 of 3 to start out the second quarter. And there's the call on James. That'll be his second foul of the game.
Second personal foul. First team foul.
A minute and a half gone here in the second quarter. Here's Durant. Beal gets a wide open look. Nailed from three-point land. Beal's got the lead up to 3 now for Phoenix.
Well, that is so easy for Bradley Beal. From 3, no problem.
And always hovering around the 50, 40, 90 mark, Kevin Durant is both prolific and Greg efficient.
And Kevin, you want to talk about guys in this league who make winning plays time and time again? KD is right at the top of that list.
Luka Doncic started off his 2024 Doris with a historic scoring performance.
He sure did, Kevin. He was only the 4th player in league history to score over 72 points in a game. It was the shooting performance of a lifetime, and Luka just takes it all in stride. Incredible.
Fires the 3. Kept alive. Pass to Finney-Smith. Three-pointer. Yes, it's James picking up the assist. Finney-Smith's got 9.
Now, Dorian Finney-Smith increasingly efficient offensively. Good feel for when to rise and fire.
Dunn finds Durant. Here's Richards. Back to Dunn. Here's Richards. James covers, and he dunks it down.
It'd be nice if everybody took as much pride in his rebounding as he does.
You know what? Greg, he loves that part of the game, and it shows.
Well, but his defenders keep forgetting to box him out. He continues to just make them pay.
And for those of you just joining us, we're in the second quarter with about 3 minutes gone by. Hachimura setting the pick for Reeves.
2 minutes remaining in the first
5 on the
half.
clock.
2 minutes.
And with that shot, the Suns' lead is cut down to 1 in the bucket from Hachimura.
Well, we see a lot of emphasis on three-point shooting nowadays, but you'll take that look right there any night of the week.
And really, it's been a major aspect of their offense in the early stages here. Their success working the ball inside and getting points from close range.
Phoenix leading by 3. Inside. Oh, Durant imposing his will.
Well, this is exactly how you want to attack the defense. Kevin Durant accepting the punishment, but refuses to be denied.
Here's Finney Smith. That 3 off the mark.
Pressured that shot by getting a hand up just as good as a block.
And he did it without fouling, and that's become an art, changing shots without making contact.
And guys, they continue to put a lot of pressure on the interior defenders with their work down low.
And there's the foul. It'll go on Nick Richards. That is his first foul of the game. And stolen by Dunn.
Great D there, just quick hands on that one.
Durant for 3. Durant trains it from distance.
And Kevin Durant just lighting up the stat sheet right now. He's in a rhythm, and that's trouble.
Hachimura with a screen on Booker. Doncic passes to Hachimura. And the dunk by Hachimura.
And didn't do anything fancy there, but didn't need to.
Nope, his only concern right now is getting the points on the board. And I don't mean style points. Doncic with the steal. Finney Smith with it. Guarded now by Durant. Reeves in the corner. No good from outside.
You will not see this guy miss many of those. He's one of the keys to their floor spacing.
Richards finds KD. 16 seconds left in the second quarter. 5 to shoot. Suns moving the ball around. Back to Beal. Takes the 3. He can't get it to go. And so we conclude the first half. Suns lead by 8. It's time now to go courtside as we send you over to David Aldridge from the sideline. David, take it away.
Thanks very much. Kevin, how did you get in that groove offensively in the first half?
Thanks so much, Dave, for the great interview. Don't go away, folks. We'll be back for the second half of basketball right after this. And if you're just joining us in this one, first half is in the books, 1 half to go. What a game we're seeing from Kevin Durant.
You just love the patience in that first half. Waited until he got the look he wanted.
You know, as a coach, you can preach good shot selection, but it's up to the players to execute, and this guy has done just that.
Deadly backcourt pair of Booker and Beal. Nick Richards out there with Durant, and it's done in at the 3 spot. So that's the lineup on the floor for the Suns. Out to Doncic. Here's the 3. The triple! Doncic! For years, it seemed like the league was going to go smaller. But lately, Greg, it seems like size is back in fashion.
Yeah, I mean, look at the MVP award, right? Centers and Jokic and Embiid winning it recently. Even Giannis, I wouldn't consider him small. And just overall around the NBA, it feels like bigger teams are having more success.
Both free throws good from Booker.
You want to contest this guy's shot, but you absolutely don't want to send him to the line. He will make you pay.
Hachimura, the screen. Doncic passes to Hachimura. Reeves with it. In the corner, Finney Smith with it. A three-pointer off the mark.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
And Durant, here we go. Rebounded by the Lakers.
Well, we didn't see the same kind of control we're used to seeing from him.
Oh, LeBron does it again.
Oh, okay. I guess LeBron wanted that one to sting a little. He put a little extra on that one.
Booker the pass to Beal. Over a minute and a half into the third quarter of action. Booker no good.
I guess even he has to miss one of those once in a while.
Doncic outside. Impressive work inside from Doncic.
That's a high percentage look for Luka Doncic. He is a menace if he gets that deep.
Dunn finds Beal. Kicks it out to Booker. Now Kevin Durant. Outside Beal. Fires the three. Pass to Booker. Second shot opportunity. Misses the layup. Lakers trail by 6. Second half of play with just under 2.5 minutes gone. And stolen by Dunn. Booker in the post. He's defended by Reed. Shots good by Booker.
Well, a guard has got to come with physical intensity on the interior, and Devin Booker does just that.
It's good. Doncic has got 7 points for the quarter.
He is too good a mid-range shooter to leave him that open.
Out to KD.
2 minutes remaining in the third.
Booker the pass to Beal. And he's good on the three ball. Beal's got his third basket of the night right there.
Well, Bradley Beal does not need to handle the ball to be a threat. He gets to the catch-and-shoot game and makes the defense pay.
Doncic dishes to LeBron. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line.
First personal foul.
And you know what? You allow a guy to get right to the rim like that. That's your only option.
Free throw good, James.
Taking 2
The
shots.
Lakers making a switch here. Hayes is checked in, and both free throws good for LeBron. 1:44 left in the third. Outside for Durant. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
First personal foul.
It's on Luka Doncic.
Well, the length and size of Kevin Durant make him a prime target on the interior. So good at forcing the issue close to the basket.
That's also good. So he hits both free throws. 1:36 left in the third. Here's Doncic.
You can see Luka Doncic has the body, the handle, the footwork, and the savvy to draw fouls. That is nicely done.
Lakers shooting their 6th and 7th free throw attempts tonight.
Luka Doncic. 2 shots.
No good on the second free throw. Taken away by Hayes. Pass to Doncic. 1:22 left to play in the third. No problems knocking that one down.
Finney Smith.
Finney Smith's got 12.
Field goal.
Boy, the extraordinary playmaking instincts of Luka Doncic on display right there.
Outside, KD. Outside, Beal. Dunn passes to KD. It's rebounded by Hayes. Lakers trail by 5. Things really clicking for him at the offensive end.
They're making good decisions, not wasting these opportunities.
Beal finds Durant. 35 seconds left to play here in the third. KD, so efficient in there.
This is where his length and size are a factor. Kevin Durant getting an easy opportunity inside.
Booker against Doncic. Here's Hayes, and Hayes throws it down.
Well, known for being a terrific passer, he shows you right there. Case in point.
Booker the pass to Beal. Dunn outside. to Beal. Durant sets a screen for Beal. And stolen by LeBron. Well, it's been an exciting game. Plenty of offense as we head to the fourth quarter. Suns ahead. They lead by 5. And whoop. Here now a chance to show you our assist of the game. And it's presented as always by State Farm.
It's just true artistry right there. I mean, great decision on where to go with the ball, and how about the perfect delivery.
We call that putting it right in the pocket, and he knew what to do with it once it was there.
And it's been a very competitive game so far as we get rolling here in quarter number 4. So the Lakers 5 right now. They've got James, Luka Doncic out there with Austin Reeves. Then there's Dorian Finney-Smith. And it's Hayes in at center. Suns leading by 5. Here's Durant. Physical defense. And KD does not flinch.
Some shooters will get tunnel vision, but Beal with a nice unselfish play there.
That's good from Doncic on the assist by Reeves.
And that's right in his wheelhouse, looking to make an impact when it counts.
And this is a player who understands when the game is hanging in the balance. He knows it's winning time.
Just rubbing it in their faces with that gun.
He is never going to take his foot off the pedal.
Well, you love that he wants to wear out the defense. What a catalyst for his team. Incredible.
And it's done in the corner. Suns moving the ball around. Booker against Doncic. Durant wide open. He fires. Sinks the triple. And now a 10-point Suns lead.
This guy's mechanics are just pure. Kevin Durant, folks, turn the lights out if you allow him to get a three-point shot off.
Pass to Finney-Smith. Back to Reeves. Clock at 6. And Hayes throws it down.
How about the timing? Can be the difference between an assist and a turnover. Nice delivery.
Booker with it. He's picked up by Doncic. Booker against Doncic. A drive by Booker. It's Beal on the wing. Yep, that one goes in there. And the Suns lead by 10.
Boy, that is just tremendous concentration from Bradley Beal. Defense all over him, no problem.
Doncic against Booker. Doncic looking it over. They get a hand on it. Beal with the steal. And here's the fast break. Beal leading the way. And done with the slam.
Attacking in transition, the most consistent way to generate easy looks.
The very definition of quality transition offense. If it can end at the cup, it's exactly where you want it.
And with that shot, the Suns lead is cut to just 9 on the basket from Finney-Smith. Dunn passes to Richards. Lakers with the rebound. And here is LeBron. On the wing, Doncic. Yes, it's James picking up the assist. Doncic has got 13 points here in the second half alone. Booker inside, guarded by Doncic. Dunn kicks to Beal. Over Finney-Smith. The shot by Beal, no good.
You're not going to see that very often. Plenty of space, but he just, let's face it, he whiffs on that.
Back to Finney-Smith. Kicks it out to James. Off target with his 3.
If you want to cut into a lead, you have got to trust your teammates and move the ball.
No good from Booker. Lakers trail by 6.
This has reached desperation time for him.
I'll tell you, you need absolute perfection on every possession. That's what it's going to take here.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
Doncic outside. He's looking for LeBron and finds him. Off on the layup.
How about the determination? Now that's what we call competing for a rebound.
Dunn finds Beal. Knocked away. Stolen by Reeves. Here's Doncic. No good with the layup. A bucket here would give them a bit more room.
True, but no need to rush it. Play smart. And looking for a very quick shot here.
You've got to run a play that's a quick strike. You've got to immediately foul after that.
No good from Finney-Smith. And here are the Suns now. 6-point lead. Here's KD. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul.
Now, Kevin Durant is such a difficult check, right? You've got to guard against the shot, and this is where he can draw contact and make it so difficult.
And he does get the second one, and that makes it a 7-point lead. Here's Doncic. It counts. Oh, and that cuts the lead to just 5. Beyond the arc. And again, it's the Suns missing. From deep, Reeves missed. So it's Phoenix picking up the win. They didn't make it easy on themselves or their fans, but in the end, everyone's satisfied.
I mean, there were some times that momentum shifted, and especially early on, but let's give this group...
All right, David, thank you. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Greg Anthony, Doris Burke, and David Owens, this is Kevin Harlan. Thanks for tuning in. And we'll see you.
You say, does that...
Thanks, everyone, for joining. Grant, looking at these two teams, my attention is drawn to the front court matchup.
Oh, yeah. Should be a battle on the baseline. Great to watch skilled bigs trade blows and show off what they can do down low.
And now the Los Angeles starters. We've got LeBron James, Austin Reeves out there with Luka Doncic. Then there's Dorian Finney-Smith, and it's Hayes in at the 5. Now here is James. And out of bounds. Boston will have it. Boston on offense. Tatum looking it over. White, the pass to Tatum. Brown with a screen. Here's Porzingis. Outside Holiday, 6 to shoot. Back to Porzingis. Up and over Doncic. And he didn't get quite enough under that one. And the call will be against Austin Reeves. That's his first foul of the game.
And this kind of selflessness is great to see. Textbook positioning to draw the charge.
Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
Well, I had a chance to talk with head coach Joe Mazzulla. He was just marveling at LeBron's ability to take advantage of any mistake you make, even a minor one. He said, if you're even a half step away from a guy defensively, LeBron will find that person. Coach is asking his guys to stay connected to shooters tonight.
And Allie, thanks. Pass to Finney-Smith. Three-pointer. Always a nice way to start. Makes his first one.
You can tell Doncic trusts his teammates. He'll get them looks and doesn't insist on doing everything himself.
From 15 feet away, and that one's good. Porzingis.
He's a potent mix of effort and ability. Hard to shut down a player of his caliber.
And how about Jaylen Brown, Richard? Named to his first All-NBA team in 2023. A very important piece to him.
NBA, what timing. It made Jaylen eligible for the Supermax. At the time, it was the largest contract in NBA history. And how did he follow it up? He won the Larry Bird Award as the best player in the Eastern Conference playoffs.
Now here's Porzingis. Porzingis with a screen on Doncic. Pass to White. Parked it down low that time. Got hit with the 3-second call.
Los Angeles ball.
About 2 minutes gone by in the first quarter. Here's Doncic. Oh, it's blocked by Porzingis.
Great play by Porzingis. Love seeing the zinger engaged on D.
A chance there to take the lead, but a miss. The Lakers have gone 1 for 3 so far. Doncic against Holiday. Doncic feeling it out a bit. Pass to Finney-Smith. Fires for 3. Can't hit. 1 for 2 now. Boston trailing. Brown inside. He's covered by Reeves. White for 3. It's Hayes with the rebound.
Yeah, and the defense really respects his shooting ability, and they showed it with that tight coverage.
Reeves finds Doncic. Three-pointer, no good. And Brown has got the ball here for the Celtics.
2 minutes remaining in the first.
Pass to Porzingis. Good. And Brown gets the assist.
Check out Porzingis' energy. He's just relentless on both ends of the court.
Doncic against Holiday. Doncic passes to James. Tatum with a steal. White with it. And we're just over 3.5 minutes into this first quarter. Inside, Tatum. Oh, great D that time from Doncic.
I thought he had that all sewn up, but somehow the defense just threw him off.
Drops in the layup for 2.
Oh, my. Tight defense, but Doncic just muscles it in.
Brown drives in. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up. That one on Doncic.
Heady play to stop that easy layup right there. I mean, make him earn it at the line.
And both free throws good for Brown.
What makes Brown special is his blend of smarts and effort level. Not just an intelligent player, he also gives you a phenomenal amount of energy out there.
Now here's Hayes. No made baskets yet. Clock at 6. Here's Doncic. The shot misses. Brown with some nice D. Tatum drives in. James with the block.
And Brown with the block. Look, the shooters are working hard, but he is all over them.
The shot is good. Doncic making the play.
No need to risk a shot from range when you can take it inside.
There's Tatum with the 3. Rebound by the Lakers. And with their last victory, this team reached the 50-win mark on the season.
And they should be proud of what they've been able to accomplish. You can't just luck your way into 50 wins. You gotta be a good team to reach that feat.
Doncic against Holiday. Now here's Doncic. He's guarded closely. Puts it up from 15. Oh, no good on the last second attempt there. 1 quarter in the books, and it's been a close one. And close game underway so far. We'll see if either of these teams can jump out ahead in this second quarter. Guys, what stands out to you from the Lakers in this one?
Give it up for their D. They're battling, communicating, and coming up with key stops.
It's been a group effort, and that's what it takes to play the kind of defense that they've played. Great showing from them.
The core of this team, Brown and Tatum in the front court. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. And it's Porzingis in at the 5. That's the 5 to begin the second quarter for the Celtics. Now here's Hayes. Hayes with a screen on Holiday. Doncic passes to Hayes. Count it. Hayes has got his first basket of the night.
Trading the lead back and forth, neither side is willing to back down.
I've been on the edge of my seat courtside. Man, this has been a barn burner.
Doncic against Holiday. Tatum a screen on Doncic. Here's Holiday. Offensive rebound. Oh, and Porzingis powers it home.
A legit 7-footer with that kind of athleticism, I guess Porzingis really is a unicorn.
Hayes with a screen on Holiday. Doncic passes to Hayes. Now here's Doncic. Back to Hayes. The shot is good. Doncic got his 4th assist in this one.
Just a textbook lead pass right there, putting it right where it needed to be.
Now here's Porzingis. The kick out to White. Ooh, here's White on the drive. And he comes up with a bucket. Well, Grant, as you always say, in the playoffs, you need a player who can score in isolation.
That's true, B.A. And in a 7-game series, defense is disrupt your set offense. If your stars can go mano-a-mano and create something out of nothing, that's often the best you can get.
Here's Doncic. Finney-Smith hits the trifecta. Finney-Smith's got 6 points.
Gifted moving the ball. Luka is one of the best passers in the league.
Tatum passes to Porzingis. Outside Tatum. Puts up a deep 3. And Reeves pulls it down. Los Angeles leading by 3. Pass to James. And a little under 2.5 minutes gone by here in the second quarter. Now here's Reeves. Hayes with a screen on White. Reeves with the ball. Now guarded by Brown. Finney-Smith's shot is off.
And I'm surprised that didn't go down. I mean, I'm sure he is too.
And Richard, after going undrafted back in 2016, what a career for Dorian Finney-Smith.
Approaching a decade in this league. He's been a starter for most of that time, but he continues to be the definition of a 3-and-D glue guy.
Now here's Doncic. James finds Hayes. And finished off by Hayes.
That's why you keep your head up. If the assist is there, you can pounce.
Outside Porzingis. 1:43 left in the second period. It's Brown on the wing. He's marked by Finney-Smith and stolen by Hayes. Now the Lakers moving it up. Here's Doncic. Boston pulls it in. Right side White and out of bounds. Los Angeles will have it. The Lakers have gotten 4 of 8 shots to drop in the second. On the wing, Finney-Smith. And Drew Holiday gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul.
Personal foul. First team foul.
And it goes out of bounds. That one off Porzingis.
He had the right idea, just couldn't come up with the swipe.
And deflections, they're a stat that all teams track. They show who is the most active defensively.
Brown with the steal. James against Tatum. To the inside. Oh, send it home, Derek White.
Yeah, what vision from Holiday. Seems to have a knack for getting it to his guys in great spots.
To the paint. Outside Reeves. 44 seconds left to play in the first half. 6 on the shot clock. Kicks it to Doncic. The Lakers got to get one up. Late clock. Hayes misses.
Normally he drains that.
Brown inside. He's against Hayes. Pass to White. Fires the 3. Three-pointer goes up. Three-pointer goes down for White. Lakers trail by 3. And out of bounds. Boston will have it. Boston's gone 2 of 3 from beyond the arc so far in the second. Tatum passes to Porzingis. Brown scanning the floor. White for 3. He got it up in time, but it would not fall for him. And so a close game as we wrap up the first half of play. It's the Celtics. They lead by 3. And we'll be back for the second half following the break. Keep it right here on 2K Sports.
Center court. And get ready for the fan half-court shot. Drum roll, please. They're measuring up the shot.
And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during halftime. You look at Kristaps Porzingis. What a contribution.
They've leaned on him to provide a lot of offense, and that's how he likes it.
He always wants to be a go-to guy for them. I'm sure he'll be calling for the ball even more in this half.
And so in the game for the Lakers, Luka Doncic is out there with Austin Reeves. Then there's Dorian Finney-Smith. Then there's Hayes. And it's James in at the 4 spot. And so it's James with it. He brings it up for the Lakers. They trail by 3. And how about LeBron? Even if he's no longer the clear-cut best player in the league, he can still take over a game, RJ.
Oh, make no mistake, he's still the best when he needs to be. He absolutely has a switch that gets flipped when he needs it. It's not on for 48 minutes, but he can definitely turn it on for a few.
Here's Holiday following the score by the Lakers. Outside Porzingis. Pass to Brown. Takes the 3. Downtown, Jaylen Brown.
There is zero hesitation from Brown. This man is always ready to fire.
James outside. Back to Doncic. James, a screen on Holiday. Here's Doncic. Got it. Good job in the low post. Doncic has got his second basket of the game.
A great move. I mean, the defense has no response.
Yeah, taking it right to the rim. One imagines that might be discussed at halftime. That's going to be on the film.
The defensive breakdown gives him a wide open look, but he can't take advantage.
To the middle. Doncic down the lane, and Doncic with the jam.
How about the dunk off the drive? Doncic, terrific at navigating his way inside.
They kick it out to Porzingis. Brown passes to Porzingis. Back to Brown. Look at Brown getting it done inside.
I love seeing Brown get it done inside. He's more than just a jump shooter.
Doncic passes to Hayes. And here's James. Pass to Reeves. White with the steal. And here they go on a free run to the bucket. Ball's going up the court. Oh, look out! Porzingis!
Even after that serious knee injury, Porzingis with the spring to flush it.
Finney Smith passes to Doncic. Down low. Here's James. Rebounded by the Celtics. White looking it over.
2 minutes remaining in the third.
Outside Porzingis. And the call will be against Austin Reeves. That's foul number 2 for him.
Second personal foul. First team foul.
1:57 left in the third. Right side Porzingis. Just 5 on the clock. Tatum passes to Holiday. Right side White. And the shot is good on the assist by Tatum. And now a 6-point Boston lead.
Oh, come on. Just add vision to his perfect skill set. But when he's dropping dimes like that, like Jason Tatum is a problem.
Defensive mix-up there. He's the last guy you want to leave open.
Now here's Tatum. No points yet. Porzingis in the post. He's defended by Hayes. Back to Porzingis. Hey, it's Porzingis slamming it home.
On the offensive end, Porzingis has been so dialed in, making the most of every scoring opportunity he gets.
White against Reeves. Inside. Back to Hayes. Over Porzingis. Outside, Brown. No good from outside. Lakers trail by 5. Reeves with the ball. And that one is stuffed right through.
And plays like that one can make the difference in a close game.
And it definitely got the bench on their feet, too.
And you can feel the jolt of energy that he sent through his team. That is a huge boost in a tight game like this.
Doncic passes to Reeves. Pat misses. Had a chance to tie it. Pass to Holiday. Right side Brown. Back to Porzingis. Oh, he got it up in time, but it wouldn't fall for him. We're at the end of the third quarter, and we've still got a close one. Well, this has been a great contest so far. I imagine the fourth quarter could have more action in store for us. Lakers trail by 3. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. The 2 Jays, Brown at the 3 and Tatum at the 4. And it's Porzingis in at the 5 spot. That's the Boston 5. Pass to Hayes to tie it up. Reeves with the ball. He's guarded by White. Reeves, the pass to Hayes. For 3, James. Hauled in by Brown. Boston leading by 3. White finds Holiday. From 8 feet away. Will not go. Misses off the front iron. Los Angeles has gone 0 for 2 from outside here in the fourth quarter. Here's Doncic. Luka on the attack.
The size and strength of Doncic can go overlooked. I mean, he's more than capable of scoring there in the paint.
Porzingis sets a screen, and here's Brown for 3. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. And here they come. Here's Finney Smith. Throw it down on the breakaway jam.
Assisted.
And neither side able to take control of this game.
Yeah, at this rate, it's going to come down to a photo finish.
Porzingis sets a screen. Brown passes to Porzingis. Back to Brown. To the inside. Operating inside. Porzingis.
And this is just typical of him. Always making an impact at crucial moments in the game.
And his team needs every bit of his production if they want to pull this one out. It is neck and neck here in the final period.
I mean, what an athletic play for Holiday. Showing up the defense with a jam.
James, a screen on Holiday. Doncic passes to James. Oh, it's blocked by Porzingis. And here's Brown for three. Finney-Smith pulls it in. Lakers trail by 3. Out to James. Reeves, the pass to Hayes. Oh, he powers right through the defender for the dunk. Draws the foul, too. And he'll go to the line. That one on Tatum. And a breakdown here, guys, of the hustle stats for Boston.
Great heads-up defensive play tonight, creating offensive opportunities for themselves by forcing deflections.
And their block numbers also stand out to me. Challenging shots at the rim has been a big part of their defensive success.
Now here's Holiday. Just under 2.5 minutes gone by now in the final quarter. Can't get it to drop. For Los Angeles, they've got 3 of 6 shots to go in this fourth quarter. Here's Doncic. Nice D from Brown. The Celtics have gotten only 2 of 6 attempts to drop in the fourth. And then Tatum slams it in.
I do not care what kind of game he is having. In these moments, Tatum is just different.
Fourth quarter keeps moving along. 3 minutes gone by now. To the paint. LeBron fires one down.
Sorry, just who else would you want it shooting there? LeBron James, just so calm under pressure.
Outside Holiday. Pass to Porzingis. Over Hayes. Porzingis misses.
How did he break that one? He smoked it. Everything was set up for that to be an easy basket.
Oh, my. Huge play from Porzingis. A testament to the competitiveness that he plays with.
Hayes for 3. It's hauled in by White. White's got his 5th rebound of this one. Here's Brown. Brown gets the inside finish.
There you go, JB. I love his confidence. One of his strongest traits.
Doncic with it. Guarded now by Holiday. The 3, James. The shot is good. Doncic making the play. Doncic has got 9 assists in the game. Great passing. White finds Brown. Seconds left to play in the fourth quarter of this one. The kick to Tatum. Fires the 3. Oh, he drained it from downtown.
And talk about stepping up in a big way.
What a huge play coming through when it matters most.
Doncic passes to James. Inside. Here's Hayes. Out to James. Back to Hayes. Yes! And he's brought them within 2 points now.
Such a wizard with the ball. James always finds the open man.
Grant, they'd love to milk the clock here.
No question. They're in a great situation right here.
Tatum, a screen on Doncic. Holiday passes to Tatum. It's not going to go for him. Good work defensively by James. And so J.J. Redick calls for the timeout. And a great call on his part. This is the time you want to be in sync right here. What do you think Coach will be drawing up here?
A chance to tie it up here.
And you also have to wonder if they'll try for a 3. But they'll probably try for a 2. But if something opens up outside, I doubt that they will hesitate to take it.
seconds left in the fourth. James, a screen on Holiday. James, outside. Misses the tray. So it's a narrow victory for the Celtics, pulling it out for the W. What a performance they had here at home today.
I'll tell you what, these are the ones that are so nice to win and so tough to lose. I love being on the edge of my seat, never knowing what would happen next.
And that's going to do it tonight, folks.
And going through warm-ups, trying to get into a little groove here. Hello, and thanks for joining us, folks. And what a matchup we have here in the front court, Greg.
Yeah, each of these teams are anchored by their big men. I think it's going to be physical and highly intensified.
Here are the starters for Los Angeles. We've got Luka Doncic. James is out there with Jackson Hayes. Then it's Austin Reeves. And it's Finney Smith in at the 3, the small forward. And the Lakers with possession here. Mitchell Robinson unable to get his last shot to go in. Lakers working the ball around now. 6 to shoot. Back to Hayes. Outside, James. Knocks down the 3 ball.
When LeBron's shooting like that, nothing you can do defensively.
Here's Hart. A putback. The rebound by James. Here's the Lakers with the ball. And this group reaching a major milestone this season, notching their 50th win in their last game.
Hey, you love to ensure a winning season, and most NBA teams, even great ones, consider this a major accomplishment.
And here is Anunoby. After LeBron James hitting the 3, Anunoby finds Robinson, and Robinson throws it down hard.
And that's a strength of Mitchell Robinson's game, of force in the paint.
Greg, the Knicks have certainly brought hope back to the city of New York.
And it's been fun to watch. The fans are rallying behind this team, and it's not just because they're winning, it's the way they're winning. They play with heart and hustle.
And there's the basket. Whistle blows and a chance for a 3-point play. Going to the line for 1.
Did you see LeBron just shrug off that contact there? It's like nothing even hit him.
Lakers shooting their first free throw of the night.
And looking over their percentage on the season, I think they will be thrilled with the number in terms of their free throw percentage, 79.
And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Well, Tom Thibodeau had a few minutes to share. I asked him about the game plan to contain LeBron James, and he laughed. He said, there's a way to contain LeBron James. All we can do is try not to give him easy looks and force him to make tough plays. Guess that's the best you can do against Team James, guys.
Thanks, David. Now, here is Robinson. Pass to Anunoby. Here's Hart. They get the rebound. They kick out to Anunoby. Back to Hart. Lets the 3 fly. The shot goes in. First of the night. He's 1 for 3 to start the game.
Hart just whipping it away quickly, not giving the defender time to close out.
Knocked loose, and it goes out of bounds. Last touch by Anunoby. And here in the first, approaching 3 minutes played. And it's Hayes in the corner. And a miss there on the triple. Knicks trail by 3. Here's Bridges.
2 minutes remaining in the first.
Now, here's Hart. T right on him. Pass to Robinson. The shot missing. James with some nice D. And here's James. He'll bring it up for the Los Angeles Lakers. Reeves can't hit.
He'll have a hard time shaking that one off. Perfect position, plenty of space. Just clanked it.
And the rejection by James.
Knicks ball.
Just under 3.5 minutes gone here in the first quarter. Drains it from beyond the arc. LA's gone 2 or 3 from deep so far in this game.
Knicks line 8-8.
Doncic looking it over. Pass to LeBron. 3-pointer on the way. And again, the Lakers no good. And for the Knicks, they're shooting a lowly 30% to start this game out. Anunoby passes to Hart. Robinson a screen on Doncic. Here's Hart, and here is Robinson. Lays it up and banks it in. Robinson's got his second bucket.
I like to see Hart looking to set up his guys in the pick and roll and be that playmaker.
Here's Doncic, and the dunk by Doncic.
Gives the team such a great element, having a 1 guard who can get to the 10.
Certainly something every team wants to have.
Like to see that assertiveness, especially from the guy who's going to orchestrate your offense.
You know, the size, talent, and fearlessness of Towns is a lethal concoction. A prime-time player who poses many problems for the defense.
Line, 2 shots.
It's the second from the line. The Lakers trail. Doncic outside. Pass to LeBron. LeBron is doubled from deep. And it's Doncic. That time on the assist by James.
3-point goal.
Doncic has got 5 points so far. Now the Knicks with it. We've got 22 seconds left here in the opening quarter. Here's Hart. And the Knicks miss again.
Well, he wanted to return the favor there for that last three, but it just wasn't in the cards.
Reeves the pass to Doncic. Back to Reeves. And so it's LeBron James making things happen for Los Angeles. He notched 8 points. And close game underway so far. We'll see if either of these teams can jump out in the second quarter. And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for Los Angeles.
Well, they haven't wasted any time getting into a groove from deep, putting up and hitting a healthy amount of three-pointers thus far.
Let's make sure that that selfish nerve doesn't get tapped, because right now there's great ball movement. They're setting each other up. Let's see if that maintains.
They've got Karl Anthony Towns. Hart is out there with Bridges. Then it's Robinson. And it's Anunoby in at the 3. They're the group New York will start the second with. And Towns throws it down.
Plenty of power on that slam. Towns was not messing around.
13.
Doncic against Hart. And you know, Greg, we're seeing so many teams utilizing the dribble handoff.
And it really forces the defense into a bad spot, can create situations where the offense has an advantage, and then it allows you to kind of seek out the matchup.
New York trailing. Anunoby in the corner. Krills the three-pointer. Anunoby's got his first 3 points of the game.
And what an assured player. Anunoby believes in his ability to shoot the ball off the catch.
LeBron kicks to Finney-Smith. Trying to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. Anunoby against LeBron. Hart with it. Got a hand on it. Now Finney-Smith. Pass to Reeves. And here in the second with about a minute and a half gone by. In the corner it's James. And the Lakers with another miss. The Knicks have gone 2 of 3 from the field here to open the second quarter. And it's Towns missing. The Lakers have gone 0 of 3 and are still looking for that first bucket here in the second quarter. Robinson against Reeves. James right side. Pass to Finney-Smith. On the wing, James. Nice ball movement here by the Lakers. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Good work there as it goes. And the Lakers lead by 1.
Such a critical part of how their offense is going to flow. Things are only working when he seems to be on the floor.
And for those of you just joining us, we're almost 2.5 minutes into the second quarter. Reeves the pass to Hayes. And the layup is good after a nice lead pass. And now it's a 3-point Laker lead.
This can make it so much easier for your teammate when you throw that lead pass that gets to him right on the money, whether that's on the run or in the shooting pocket.
And here's James. He'll bring it up for the Lakers. From the arc. It's rebounded by Towns. New York's gone 3 of 7 tonight from 3-point territory. Bridges kicks to Robinson. To the paint. Pass to Hart. Here's Bridges. On the wing, Anunoby. A three-pointer, no good. Lakers leading by 3. Hayes the pass to Doncic. The 3. Hayes finds Doncic. No one near Reeves as he lets it go. Sinks the triple. Reeves has got himself going with the triple, his first basket of the game. To halt the run. And the layup good by Hart.
Not stopping on his way in, Hart going through the defense.
The Lakers have gone just 33% from the field in what's been a cold second quarter for them. Just 3 of 9. New York has gone 1 of 3 from way outside since the start of the second quarter. Drives to the hoop. Outside Robinson. Bridges kicks to Anunoby. Bridges dishes to Towns. And Towns throws it down.
And forget about finesse. This is all about the power.
Doncic against Hart. Doncic outside. And a wide open look for James. Good. And the assist goes to Doncic. James has got 11 points.
Showing some range. LeBron more than capable of hurting you from deep.
Towns, the pass to Bridges. Back to Towns. Puts up a deep 3. And James pulls it down. Los Angeles leading by 5. Just 1 second between the shot clock and game clock. Here's Finney-Smith. Down low. Stolen by Robinson. Here's the break. Anunoby has the open look. The Lakers with the rebound. Reeves has got 4 rebounds in this game. The shot, no good. And that's it for the first half of action in what's been a very close game here. Thank you, David, and we'll be right back after halftime to start the third quarter. See you in just a bit. And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard yet. What can you say? LeBron James, what an impressive effort today.
And the bulk of his damage so far has come from the perimeter. A lot of threes early on.
Yeah, he keeps tracking down those spots behind the three-point line and finding some open opportunities.
Taking a look at Los Angeles, they've got LeBron James. Austin Reeves out there with Luka Doncic. Then it's Jackson Hayes. And it's Finney-Smith into the small forward. The 3 from LeBron. Good. And the assist goes to Doncic. Doncic has got 4 assists in the game.
Guys, he's been a one-man air raid coming at them time and time again.
Kind of like he's in his living room right now. He's found a comfort zone. Once he gets that, the defense knows they're in trouble.
Robinson against Doncic. Towns in the corner from downtown, and he's good on the 3-ball. Towns has got 10 points in the game.
Wow. Towns saying, hey, I can go there too.
Doncic, no good. Knicks trail by 3. Anunoby outside. Robinson on the wing. The kick out to Towns. Back to Robinson. And there's the call on James. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
Robinson finds Anunoby. Bridges, no one around him. And again, New York with the triple.
Bridges has a lot of jobs for his team, but if he consistently knocks down 3, he can add it to the list.
Lets it go from deep. And again, it's the Lakers from deep.
Both teams running perimeter-oriented plays that are working.
Well, both of them looking towards the three-point line, and I like to see that, especially when the results are made buckets.
Some nice passing by New York here. 6 on the shot clock. Here's Hart with the drive. And he's fouled pretty hard on that shot, but he's got the chance to pick up the points at the line.
Yeah, I know this gets said a lot. Josh Hart plays with heart. It's true, though. This guy's a fantastic competitor. Plays with energy on both ends. and it's infectious for his teammates.
And so Doncic will bring it up for the Lakers. They lead by 1. To the inside, LeBron kicks to Hayes. Pass to Reeves. Bridges with the steal. A little under 2.5 minutes gone by here in the third. Robinson sets a screen for Bridges. To the middle for the lead. And out of bounds as Los Angeles gains possession. Los Angeles has gotten the three-point shot off 16 times tonight. 7 times they've hit it, 9 times they've missed. And the foul called on OG Anunoby. That is his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
Just over 2.5 minutes gone by here in the second half. Reeves in the corner. No good with the triple. New York's gotten a lot of looks from outside tonight, 5 of 12. And he gets it to go. Doncic has got 9.
Creating space. Doncic will move defenders around.
2 minutes.
Robinson passes to Towns. And the dunk by Towns.
Now catching the lead pass at full speed, terrific anticipation, and the delivery on time, on target.
This will be his third free throw shot of the game.
And guys, you might remember that he was not at his best from the foul line in their last outing.
Reeves can't hit. The Knicks have gotten 4 of their first 5 second-half shots to fall, 80% since the break. Towns against Reeves for the lead, and Towns gets it to go. Towns has got the lead up to 2 now for the Knicks.
And how about the game from Towns? The combination of that height and shooting, probably unmatched in the NBA.
Finney-Smith kicks to Hayes. LeBron dishes to Doncic. Clock at 4. James absorbing hits on the drive.
And LeBron continues to self-dial himself. Look at him, he's in a groove.
Pass to Towns. Outside Robinson. Hart, that's good. Hart's got the lead, back up to 2 now for New York.
And that tells the tale here today, guys. Throughout this game, they've been able to get the ball in tight and finish.
On the wing, Reeves. The shot's good from Hayes.
And you gotta love the big bucket in the paint in this sort of a grinded-out game.
34 seconds left here in the third quarter. In the corner, it's Bridges. Buries the long-range jumper. Bridges has got 6 in the quarter.
And Bridges at the most advantageous spot to get to that corner 3. He's comfortable from there.
On the wing, Reeves. Hard against Doncic. Robinson with the block. And a fast break now for New York. Pass to Hart. Tries again. He's off on that one. It's been all about Karl Anthony Towns for the Knicks. He got to double digits for the... And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
And definitely deserving of the prize tonight. How about the read he made here? Looking like a point guard with the pass right on the money.
So helpful to the offensive versatility when your bigs can create, freeing everybody up, and that cut was wide open.
Well, this has been a great contest so far, and I imagine the fourth quarter could have even more action in store for us. They've got OG Anunoby. Towns is out there with Robinson. Then it's Josh Hart, and it's Bridges in at the shooting guard. That's the 5 for New York right now. Hart the pass to Robinson, and that one drops for him. Robinson's got the fourth quarter going with the first basket of the period here for New York.
42-37.
And here's Reeves outside. It's hauled in by Karl Anthony Towns. The Knicks leading by 5. Anunoby outside. Pass to Bridges. Trying to find Towns. Gets it to him. Count that as his 7th field goal in 9 tries. He's shooting 78%.
So skilled working inside. Towns knows how to operate down low.
Doncic kicks to Finney-Smith. LeBron against Robinson. LeBron passes to Finney-Smith. And finished off by Finney-Smith.
This is why coaches want defenders to always have their hands ready. LeBron with the quick pass there.
Towns in the corner. At the Hart. Towns a screen on Reed. Hart kicks to Robinson. Bridges passes to Towns. Got a piece of it. And the shot clock expires. 24-second violation. We're about 2 minutes into the fourth quarter in this one. Lakers trail by 5. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
And so confident. Even amongst the trees, Doncic is fantastic at forcing the issue close to the rim.
And he's good on the second.
That one miss was huge. He had a chance to turn this into a one-possession game.
Hart finds Anunoby. New York moving the ball around. Off the mark there with the three-point shot.
Now that's a shot right there he's going to hit 9 times out of 10. We just saw the 10% he doesn't hit.
Doncic passes to Finney-Smith. LeBron outside. Pass to Hayes. The Lakers need to get a shot off here. And there it is for him.
And LeBron James is going to take every crucial possession over. Outstanding shot there.
And here is Hart. Robinson with it. Guarded by Doncic. Robinson sets a screen for Anunoby. Towns kicks to Hart. New York needs to get off a shot. Reeves outside. That misses. Had a chance to tie it there. And so it's Hart who brings up the ball for the Knicks. They've only given up 5 points here in the fourth quarter. New York, no good that time either. LA's gotten off to an 0-for-2 start from downtown here in the fourth quarter. No one near Doncic as he lets it fly. It's good, and they get the go-ahead bucket. Doncic has got 4 this quarter. Towns a screen on Reed. Hart the pass to Bridges. Towns sets the pick for Bridges. Here's Hart down low. Robinson. Offensive struggles continue. Missing again. Los Angeles has gone 1 of 3 from outside the arc since we've reached the fourth quarter. From deep three-point territory. And Karl Anthony Towns pulls it down.
And he missed that one, but I've seen him drill shots from that distance in warm-up.
Oh, no, I know he can make it, but that's warm-up. So maybe just a step too far.
Doncic fires from way outside. Trying to come right back with the 3 of his own. It's no good. We can probably expect to see him slow it down now.
Yeah, I think you want to milk your possession.
And Bridges elevating his game.
Woo!
No time to waste on this possession.
Time is not on their side right now. They're aware.
Reeves left side. And again, the Lakers no good.
It's been a struggle all night long from deep, but doesn't seem like he's lost his confidence. He's still letting them rip.
Bridges finds Hart. Bridges outside. Fires from way outside. The kick out to Anunoby. Bridges passes to Hart. Robinson for 3. No good. So it's New York picking up the win. It was up for grabs right until the final seconds.
Yeah,
And for me, Kevin, what stood out is just the overall trust this group has in one another when it mattered most. Doing what had to be done and to send these fans home happy.
A chance now to send it over to David Aldridge, standing by courtside. David.
Thanks very much, Carl. Congrats on the win. How did you guys secure the victory in crunch time?
Much appreciated, David. And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Brent Berry, Greg Anthony, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Hart.
At the power forward position, 7 foot, number 21,
Welcome to 2K Sports. We have the NBA coming up. You know, on paper, this looks like a lopsided matchup, but anything can happen in the NBA, Grant.
That is the truth. I mean, that's why they play the games. One guy gets hot, a team gets cold. That's all it takes to swing the entire outcome of a game.
Now let's take a look at the Bucks' opening lineup. Inside, we have Giannis and Lopez. Prince is out there with Damian Lillard, and it's Kuzma in at the 3, the small forward. Now here's Kuzma. Oh, Giannis dunks it home.
The decision-making of Antetokounmpo is really brilliant, in a word. He knows when to spot up, he knows when to roll to the bucket off screen, and he knows when to give it up.
For 3, Maxey. It's Milwaukee with a rebound. Now we'll go to Allie LaForce, who had a chance to talk with head coach Nick Nurse.
We briefly discussed what he wanted his team to do against Damian Lillard, and he said to not let him get going from deep. Once his 3 ball is falling, everything else becomes easier for him, so we have to talk out there on the perimeter. So expect to see a lot of defensive activity near the 3-point line tonight. Guys?
Okay, thank you, Allie. 6 to shoot. And Drummond with the jam.
You know, Drummond always looks like he's trying to tear the basket down when he dunks.
Clark, one thing to note when you play the Bucks, they don't give up any offensive rebounds.
Yeah, that's exactly right, B.A. Against Milwaukee, your first shot in each possession is probably and likely going to be your last shot. Some teams don't even try for second chance opportunities against the Bucks. They're such a strong defensive rebounding team.
Now here's Embiid. Pass to George. Back to Embiid. Kicks it to George. And he got the whistle on the way up, so he'll be headed to the line for a pair. Well, Grant, you often hear about how smooth Paul George's game is.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. Young players can learn a lot by watching his footwork. His timing, his ability to find the space he needs, it's just tremendous.
And Clark, this last summer, former Sixer Doug Collins inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Yeah, well-deserved honor for Doug. I mean, he's Philly's former #1 overall pick back in 1973, and he played almost a decade there for the Sixers. Also coached the Sixers, among many other teams that he had a chance to coach in the NBA, but clearly an NBA lifer and one of the best guys that's part of the NBA fraternity.
Now here's Lillard. Antetokounmpo outside. Pass to Prince. Kuzma for 3. Rebound by Philadelphia.
Kevin, you can understand the shot selection. I mean, he wanted to go back at him, and this came up short on the triple.
Grimes, the pass to Drummond. Embiid, a screen on Antetokounmpo. Back to Drummond. Lopez with the steal. Antetokounmpo outside to the left wing. Lillard finds Antetokounmpo. Lillard outside. Oh, and that one had the right spin on it. It's good.
So effective in the catch and shoot is Lillard. You give him an inch, and he's taking much more than that.
Embiid against Antetokounmpo, and there's a 3-second violation. Bucks trail by 3. About 3 minutes gone in the first quarter. Back to Prince. Puts up a 3. That one goes. Now he's 1 for 2.
Yeah, you know, Prince is always doing a nice job working to get open, and that's the reward you get for staying active, keeping yourself moving, an open look on the jump shot there.
Now here's Maxey. Pass to Grimes. No good on the 3. For Milwaukee, they've gone 3 of 6 from the floor. And Andre Drummond is going to pick up the foul. That's his first foul of the game.
That's his first personal foul. First team foul.
And first quarter, we're about 3.5 minutes in. And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. And the Bucks hit again from deep.
Tell you what, doesn't matter whether he's on the move or standing still, Leonard is a flat-out laser shooter.
Maxey passes to George. Outside Maxey. Pass to Embiid. Shot clock at 5. They get it back. Out to the wing. Here's Grimes. Sinks the tray.
Well, Maxey continues improving as a facilitator, finding these opportunities to get the ball moving.
Antetokounmpo up top. The kick out to Kuzma. Lopez with it. Down low. Here's Antetokounmpo. Basket counts. Antetokounmpo has got his second bucket on the night.
He's a producer. It's part of their plan to get him as many touches as possible.
Maxey passes to Embiid. Drummond to screen on Antetokounmpo. To the middle. Embiid finds Drummond. Despite Joel Embiid missing more than half of their games, Grant, the Sixers still won 47 games last season.
Yeah, B.A., and lots of credit goes to Tyrese Maxey, averaging over 26 points a game. Philadelphia also had some good depth, and that really helped.
Well, Clark, this Bucks roster is loaded with veteran talent, but their window for another run won't last long.
No, those windows don't last forever, especially with so many young teams around the league on the ascent. The Bucks may want to take a page from them and give some of their younger players a chance to grow and contribute.
Maxey, that's good.
Recognize that space given, and Maxey pulled up in the mid-range for the bucket.
And it's Lillard penetrating. Pass to Prince. Antetokounmpo inside. And at the end of one, a closely contested game so far. Sixers ahead. They're up by 1. And we'll be back shortly for the start of the second quarter. Some good action already in this one, but a fairly even matchup after this first quarter of play. And looking at what we've seen from Philadelphia, what do you guys think?
Well, their offense is clicking so far, capturing the momentum here early on.
Yeah, you know, I agree. No warm-up needed. They came in on fire and have already built a nice lead.
On the court for Milwaukee here in the second. Inside we have Giannis and Lopez. Damian Lillard out there with Prince. And it's Kuzma in at the 3. And here is Maxey. Back to Drummond. Kicks it to George. From deep. Connects from downtown. George has got 5 now.
Nice rhythm to that play right there, and George was ready to fire.
Antetokounmpo, left side. Back to Kuzma. The Bucks need to get up a shot here. Antetokounmpo, the pass to Prince. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. The Sixers lead by 4. Pass to Embiid. Here's the 3. Rebounded by Kuzma. Embiid's gone 1 for 3 from the field here. Lillard passes to Antetokounmpo. Excellent D there from Embiid. Well, Clark, we all continue to be amazed by Giannis. What do you like most about his game?
I just think his passion and energy and relentless effort, he gives it to you every time he steps between the line. You get the sense he's not taking any plays off. He's trying his very best, and that's an endearing quality and something I've really admired about his game throughout his career.
That was a good call. The defense wasn't established.
Yeah, it looked like it. I mean, he kind of slid underneath as he got to the spot, too.
Embiid from outside.
You know, you want to keep seeing this from Kuzma, I think. Active, engaged, and being effective on the defensive end.
And Giannis Antetokounmpo picks up that foul. That's his 3rd foul so far.
And just a great job of getting there first and absorbing the contact.
No question about it. No flop there. That was a direct shot to the chest.
Maxey, that's good. Maxey's got his 2nd basket.
Hey, one thing about Maxey, he was just born to score. This guy is a bucket getter.
The kick out to Kuzma. Prince, the pass to Antetokounmpo. Back to Prince. Fires from deep. And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. And Joel Embiid pulls it down. The Sixers lead by 6. And it's Drummond off the drive. Antetokounmpo with the block.
The reach, the athleticism, the timing, no surprise, Giannis swatted that one away.
The 3 from Prince. That one falls. His 2nd make in 5 attempts.
a total defensive collapse. I mean, no reason to allow him that kind of space from behind the arc.
Here's Grimes. Lillard pulls down the board. And so Prince will bring it up for the Milwaukee Bucks. A chance here to catch up with Allie from the sideline.
Joel Embiid is setting records with his scoring, but he said, when I get stuck into just being a scorer, that's not the best version of me. I like sharing the ball. As you've seen the last couple of years, the teams that have won, they move the ball. Nothing is static. So that's how we should play. Pretty simple, Brian.
Yeah, great understanding, right? Thanks, Allie. So it's Philadelphia now, after the basket by Milwaukee on the other end. Maxey passes to Drummond, and the jam by Drummond.
Once he gets to the rim, it's fairly automatic.
Nothing fancy right there, just takes his 2 points, moves on.
Hey, guys, I know I'm stating the obvious here, but those could be an important 2 points considering how close this game is.
Now here's George. He's got 5. And just over 3.5 minutes played here in the second quarter. Can't get a second shot to fall. Now 1 of 2. Pass to Antetokounmpo. The kick out to Kuzma. Now here's Lillard. He's covered closely. And Antetokounmpo with the stuff.
You know, when you're facing Dame, he's at the top of the scouting report. High priority item. So that opens things up for his teammates.
And out of bounds. Milwaukee will have it. Milwaukee has gotten 3 of their 7 threes to find the net in this matchup. And the foul called on Paul George. That's his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
50 seconds left in the first half of this one. Antetokounmpo, the pass to Prince. And that misses. That would have put him up.
And you just can't afford to give up that kind of look very often.
Down low. And stolen by Antetokounmpo. In transition, here come the Bucks. And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. Rebound by Philadelphia. George outside. Driving to the basket. Giannis Antetokounmpo grabs the board.
That's exactly the look they wanted, guys. Right guy, right play, wrong result.
And it's Kuzma finishing it off.
Boy, I love this from Kuzma. When he attacks with this kind of ferocity and confidence, watch out. Hide and protect the children.
Pass to Drummond. Back to Maxey. Gets it off. And that's not going to go. Misses at the buzzer. And the first half comes to a conclusion. Thanks, Allie. After the break, we'll see you right back here to begin quarter number 3.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the fan half-court shot. Drums, please. They're thinking about the shot.
We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple of quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. You look at Giannis Antetokounmpo. What a contribution.
You just love his patience offensively in the first half. Waited until he got the looks he wanted.
Well, you know what, guys? It was all about efficient offense, not rushing things, taking your time, finding the best shot on every possession.
We've got Paul George. Joel Embiid is out there with Andre Drummond. Then there's Tyrese Maxey, and it's Grimes in at the 2. That's the group on the floor for Philadelphia. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Lillard. And it's the Sixers with the ball. Well, Clark, Lillard's scoring isn't what it once was, but he's still a major threat from outside.
He sure is. I tell you what, he's got such great range and such command of the ball in his body. He can get the shot he wants more times than not. And he's actually gotten better, I think, when he's working off the ball. You still have to be very much aware of where Damian Lillard is when he's on the court.
Maxey against Lillard. Pass to Grimes. Beyond the arc. They get it again. Now Embiid. Down to 5 on the shot clock. For 3, Maxey. He drops it from range. Maxey's gotten his third basket of the night.
Offense has been hard to come by so far. A much-needed bucket right there.
Yeah, it's been a defensive battle, to say the least, partner. Good to see at least somebody got the ball in the basket. Finally.
Now here's Antetokounmpo. Give him 8 points now. Prince finds Lillard. Ooh, Lillard doing damage outside.
The moment they hit that last shot, Lillard wanted one of his own. He was determined and undeterred to strike right back.
The kick out to Maxey. Back to Drummond. And the jam by Drummond.
Always able to see the complete floor. Maxey, great vision.
And here's Antetokounmpo. He'll bring it up for Milwaukee. It's a 1-point game. And Giannis Antetokounmpo picks up that foul. That's his 4th foul of the contest.
And this kind of selflessness is great to see. Textbook positioning to draw the charge.
Heads up action there. Reading the play and then beating him to the spot. Well done.
Now here's Maxey. 7 points in the game. Embiid against Antetokounmpo. Embiid can't hit. Embiid's gone just 1 of 5 from the floor. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up. It's going to go on Tyrese Maxey.
Boy, it is so difficult not to foul Lillard. I mean, you never know exactly how to shade him defensively because he's so versatile.
No good on the second free throw. Well, Clark, as we know, player comparison is a popular exercise among fans and analysts alike.
Yeah, I've never really ascribed to that, but in this day and age, I think it's even more unfair to do so because the game has changed tremendously. I mean, three-point attempts and scoring averages are way north, in large part because of the pace of play. So the game has changed, and that means when you're comparing players, it's a little harder to do in a fair manner.
And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Allie.
Brian, the Sixers' 2 stars make a great pairing. Maxey said of Embiid, since I was a rookie, he's had the ultimate faith and believed in me. And Embiid said of Maxey, he's something else. Always smiling with the same energy. Good games, bad games, always the same. People like that set the tone for everybody else. Brian?
That's a good call, Allie. Thank you. Here's Maxey. After the basket by Milwaukee on the other end. George passes to Drummond. That one drops for him. Drummond's got 9.
A true center, a throwback center. Drummond is not a guy who jacks up threes. Andre wants to eat inside.
Well, that was clearly a foul.
Yeah, he took a shot there, earned those free throws.
First trip to the free throw line for him in this one.
Shooting for Milwaukee, Kyle Kuzma. 2 shots.
And he sinks the second. Philadelphia leading by 3. Left side Maxey. Pass to Embiid. The kick out to Maxey. No good on the triple. The Bucks have gotten 3 of 4 shots to fall so far in the third. Talking about Tyrese Maxey, Grant, here's a guy who's improved every year.
Yeah, B.A. I mean, from averaging 8 as a rookie to 26 points during his breakout 4th year, Maxey has added to his game every offseason and turned himself into an elite scorer.
For 3, here's Lillard, and it's Philadelphia with the rebound. Embiid's got 4 rebounds now. Pass to George. Drummond with the ball. Outside Maxey. On the clock. Back to Drummond. Lopez with the steal. 9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Lillard finds Prince. Out left to the wing. Lillard with the ball. And Drummond picks him up defensively. Pass to Lillard. Antetokounmpo, a screen on Drummond. Just 4 to shoot. Antetokounmpo outside. Here's Prince. And that one comes up a bit short. Outside Maxey from downtown. 3/4 of play and a close one here. Philadelphia on top. They're up by 3. And we'll have the start of the...
That's right, fans.
We've reached the 4th quarter in what has been a very competitive game. Should be an exciting finish. The Bucks trail by 3. On the floor for Milwaukee, starting the fourth quarter. Inside, we have Giannis and Lopez. Taurean Prince is out there with Damian Lillard. And it's Kuzma in at the small forward position.
Paul George, one of the most versatile and dynamic players in the league. I mean, he does a lot for his team offensively and defensively, which I think frees up the other guys to do their thing.
He's perfect from the line this time. Here's Antetokounmpo. Dame goes in. Antetokounmpo, the pass to Prince. And a great assist by Antetokounmpo, and that one goes in.
Boy, an accurate shooter with really good form. Prince is aggressive when it comes to looking to score.
Maxey attacking. And that one goes in as he's fouled. It'll be 3 points if he converts the free throw. All right, guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the 76ers.
Well, you know, for me, the passing has been fantastic all night. Everybody loves watching this style of basketball where the ball moves and players move. Coaches, fans, and even us broadcasters can appreciate that kind of action.
Another thing they're doing well tonight is shooting from long distance. All game long, they've been finding openings at the perimeter.
Antetokounmpo, that's good.
Another night we see Giannis at his best. This defense doesn't have a clue as to how to guard it.
To the left side wing. Here's Grimes. That three's off the mark. The Bucks trail by 3. Kuzma with the ball. And Drummond picks him up defensively. Prince, the pass to Antetokounmpo. Shot clock at 6. Inside. That one no good. Embiid with the nice defensive effort. Here's George. Oh, nice finish from the low block. That one's good. George has gotten 4 this quarter.
Yeah, this guy certainly knows how to take over a game. I wonder who made George mad tonight. They're paying for it now.
Kuzma for 3. The rebound by Embiid. Embiid's got 6 rebounds here tonight. Drives to the hoop. Pass to Drummond. George for 3. Knocks down the long J. And now it's an 8-point 76ers lead.
Because he's a stretch floor with a reliable and consistent 3, George adds a lot to this offense.
Antetokounmpo inside. Embiid's there. And it's Antetokounmpo with a miss. The Sixers lead by 8. Grimes, the pass to George. Just over 2.5 minutes played now. Final quarter of regulation. Maxey against Lillard. And Embiid with the block.
The defensive instincts of Embiid on display there with the deny.
Exerting himself, Embiid.
Looks like they're gaining some confidence here in crunch time.
You can feel the sense of urgency they have to get this thing closed out as soon as possible.
Pass to Prince. Here's Antetokounmpo. Ooh, nothing falling for them right now. The 76ers have gotten 4 of 5 attempts to fall so far in the fourth. Well, if you're just tuning in, welcome. We've played about 3.5 minutes into the fourth quarter here. Here's Embiid for 3. Kicks it to George. To the right side. A clear look for Embiid. Prince grabs the miss. Prince has got his 4th rebound in this one. Lillard finds Kuzma to the paint. Oh, they get a hand on it. Out of bounds, it'll go to the Sixers. 1:19 left in the fourth quarter here. Now here's Maxey. To the inside. Clock at 6. To the paint. Here's Drummond. And Drummond with the jam. That gives him a double-double in this one.
And they had an advantage tonight. Came out sharp and did what was needed. Nice win here for the 76ers.
This team did a lot of things well tonight. Number one was passing the ball.
And it was a team that was in rhythm, and they just trusted each other to take the right shots.
And of all the highlights and performances we've seen here tonight, the one thing that stands out is what an unbelievable night it's been for Paul George.
Anytime they needed a bucket, they put the ball in his hands and say, go make a play. It was impressive to watch.
And out of bounds, Milwaukee will have it. .26 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one. Kuzma outside. And it's off from three-point range. And here are the 76ers. They're on a 12-4 run. Pass to Embiid. And Giannis Antetokounmpo picks up that foul. And so he's picked up his final foul, and he'll sit the rest of this one out.
If he hadn't fouled out, I think they may have pulled him anyway. This game is over.
Number 9, Bobby Portis.
For three, Maxey. So no problem for Philadelphia as they get the win. Even early on in this game, they appeared happy to be playing at home.
And it makes a huge difference. Once they started to get into a groove, you never really felt like they wouldn't come out on top.
All right, let's go courtside to Allie LaForce with our player of the game. Allie, thank you as always. And that'll wrap it up, folks, for Allie LaForce.
Philadelphia, home to one of the NBA's most historic teams, the 76ers. Thanks for tuning in to the NBA. One thing, Doris, that should attract a lot of attention in this game, that matchup at the guard position. That is going to be special.
Well, that's the point of attack on both ends of the floor, and it's always fun to see skilled and capable guards duel it out. It is like watching a great chess match.
So let's take a look at the starters for the Dallas Mavericks. Anthony Davis is out there with Daniel Gafford. And it's Kyrie Irving. Then there's P.J. Washington. And it's Thompson in at the 2. Clock at 6. And on the way from Irving for 3, George with the defensive effort. And here's George. He'll bring it up for the Philadelphia 76ers. And George hits the whistle that time. That's his first foul.
Yeah, way to get there first and be willing to absorb the contact.
Irving against Maxey. They get a hand on it and stolen by Drummond. Embiid with it, working on Thompson. Back to Embiid. And he drops it in from the low post.
Well, you love the activity out there. What a play. This guy is busy on the offensive end.
Well, we know, GA, the Mavs are so adept at hunting the matchups they want. They're patient and methodical.
They never look like they're in a rush, right? Even when you send a double or trap the ball, the Mavs stay calm and know where to go. It's what makes slowing down their pick and roll so difficult.
George passes to Embiid. Can't cash in from the high post.
Very dangerous to leave a guy like that open. Lucky break there for the D.
Outside for Davis. For the 3. And Thompson is good for 3.
At his absolute best, Klay Thompson rise and fire on the catch. Good night defense.
Maxey into the lane. Stolen by Washington. Dallas moving the ball around. George with the steal. Here's Maxey. And slam dunk by Maxey.
And boy, he gets a great jump on the rest of the field there and just leaves them behind.
You love the awareness, the decisiveness. Great job there. Well, we love his ability to attack the rim. He just loses a little bit of focus and misses the chippy.
And Drummond kicks to George. Embiid sets the pick for George. Pass to Embiid. In the corner, Drummond with it. It's stolen by Davis. And here we go with Thompson running it up the court. Here's Washington. And then Washington with the dunk.
Want easy looks? Don't allow the defense to set up.
What a beautiful fast break opportunity, and the finish pretty good.
Here's Grimes. That's good, and that's Embiid with the assist.
Using those sidelines to find an open guy. Embiid always ready to deliver.
Washington, that's good. Washington's got his second bucket of the night.
That pass had to be thrown not only in the right spot, but at the right time.
Drummond with a screen on Davis. Maxey kicks to Drummond. Tipped away. Irving with the ball. He's picked up by Drummond. Out of bounds. It'll be 76ers ball.
Sixers ball.
76ers have gone 3 of 5 shooting the ball so far. However you feel about Kyrie Irving, you cannot deny, Doris, he is an elite player still.
Kevin, there are many who consider Kyrie Irving to be the greatest finishing guard in the history of the game. I mean, left hand, right hand, a little bit of English and polish, big shot maker. And what I love for Kyrie Irving right now is he seems content and
And one of the best big men in the game, Davis continuing to prove how dominant. He is.
Shooting for Dallas, Anthony Davis. 2 shots.
He doesn't get the second one. And so George will bring it up for Philadelphia. They trail by 1. Grimes passes to Embiid. George sets a screen for Embiid to the inside. Pass to Grimes. 4 on the shot clock. Embiid pushes to George. And they turn over the 24-second buzzer, signaling the shot clock violation. Kelly Oubre's checked in for Andre Drummond.
Number 9, Kelly Oubre Jr.
55 seconds left in the first. Irving kicks to Davis. On the wing, Irving. He's covered by Maxey. Irving passes to Gafford. Maxey grabs the miss.
Got to credit the defense. They found a way to stop him, and that's never an easy task.
Pass to Embiid. And Embiid throws it down.
And seeing a guy as big as Embiid being so fluid in terms of his movement, jaw-dropping.
On the wing, Thompson. In the corner, it's Gafford. Fires from 14. Out to Thompson. And still a close game as the first quarter comes to a close. 76. And getting going again here in the second quarter. Fairly close game so far. And guys, what's your take on the 76ers so far?
What we saw in that first quarter, they won their matchups defensively.
I think across the board, a number of guys who've done a great job guarding multiple positions.
The Mavericks trailing. On the floor right now for the Mavericks. Davis is out there with Washington. Then there's Daniel Gafford. Then there's Irving. And it's Thompson in at the shooting guard position. Maxey kicks to Oubre. Outside for George. Into the lane. And it's George finishing it off.
Well, you love how Paul George finishes on the drive. That is a powerful dunker right there.
And now the latest from our reporter, David Aldridge.
Kevin, thanks. The Mavericks at last season's trade deadline added length by acquiring Daniel Gafford and P.J. Washington. Coach Jason Kidd says they help on both ends. Gafford has the ability to roll and has great hands. P.J. can put the ball on the floor and guard 1 through 5. And then defensively, they both bring physicality. Kevin?
David, there is an argument to be made. That was one of the best trades at midseason this league has seen in a very long time. Looking at who's out there now for the Mavericks. Derek Lively comes in for Daniel Gafford. And it's Edwards in for Washington. Embiid, the pass to Maxey. The 76ers with another miss.
And even without that 3-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
Lively finds Irving. A 3-ball. Rebound by the 76ers. Greg, you love this topic more than anyone when you think about the best ball handlers of all time. Where does Kyrie Irving rank on your list?
Well, you know, I think, Kevin, he's at the very top. I've never seen anyone else pull off some of the things he does. Certainly makes a strong case for the best ever.
Pass to Lively. Just 5 to shoot. Rebound by Joel Embiid. The 76ers leading by 3. Maxey looking it over. To the paint, stolen by Thompson. For three, Edwards. The offensive rebound. Davis on the follow.
And this is just AD doing what AD does, dominating the defense there and converting.
Maxey passes to Embiid. Thompson for three. Rebound by the 76ers. Embiid's got 6 rebounds in the game. Irving against Oubre. Driving to the basket. No one near Maxey as he lets it fly. That's good, and that's Embiid with the assist. Maxey's got the lead up to 4 now for Philadelphia. Edwards. It's hauled in by George.
2 minutes remaining in the first half.
And here's George. He'll bring it up for the 76ers. Only giving up 2 points this quarter. Oubre, a screen on Edwards. Kicks it out to Maxey. That 3 off the mark.
Rare you'll see him miss such an open look.
High post, Davis. Edwards against George. Davis setting the pick for Edwards. Drains the three-pointer. And we see, as in baseball doors, the introduction of the pitch timer to increase the pace of play. Do you think the NBA is taking notice of that?
What I know, Kevin, unequivocally is the NBA is in a constant state of monitoring its product and how can it make it more fan-friendly. The only criticism to me that's redundant is the pace of reviews. And the league is trying to streamline that to the best of their ability.
Quentin Grimes. That's his first personal foul. First team foul.
Lively with it. George picks him up. No one near Edwards as he lets it fly. And they have their chances. 2 offensive rebounds, but they still come up empty. Inside. There's Embiid with the dunk.
Oh, just solid on the one-handed slam.
And guys, when it's a tight ball game like this, he's the guy they want with the ball. Lively against George. Lively the pass to Edwards. Shot clock at 6. Dallas needs to get off a shot. Irving from long range. Here's Lively. Whistle blows. Bucket is good, and he'll have a chance at the line to make it a 3-point play.
Boy, you have to be cognizant of where people are when the shot goes up. Defenders not blocking out in that instance.
Philadelphia has gone 1 of 4 from 3-point range in the second. Not a whole lot dropping out there for them. Irving against Maxey. Grimes passes to Maxey. Misses the 3. It'll count. That shot off. And the first half comes to a close in a tie game. It's time now to go courtside as we thanks so much, David, and we'll step away briefly, but get you right back out here for the start of the third quarter after this break.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the fan half-court shot. Give me a beat. They're measuring up that shot.
And if you're just joining us, we've played through the first half in a game that's been fairly even so far. Joel Embiid with a strong contribution in this one.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything that the league can do to slow him down. He's just that good.
Well, perhaps the most impressive thing has been his incredible consistency. This guy is a great player who always brings a ton of energy. What a great half.
Paul George is out there with Oubre. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. Then it's Joel Embiid, and it's Grimes in a 2-guard. That's Nick Nurse's 5 as we get into the second half. Shot by Grimes, no good.
That is fantastic defense on one of the best three-point shooters in the league. Didn't give him an inch of room.
Lively finds Edwards. Davis with a screen on George. Pass to Davis. 6 on the shot clock. Back to Edwards. There's the triple. The shot misses. George with the defensive effort.
They need a bucket in a big way here to regain some confidence.
you're just joining us, we've played over a minute here in the third. Anthony Davis with the rebound. Davis has got 6 rebounds in the game. Paul George with the steal. Pushing it up, and Davis sends it back.
What a play by Davis. You think you can get it over me? Nuh-uh, not on my watch.
And stolen by Kyrie Irving. Thompson passes to Edwards.
Yeah, way to play in attack mode and get to the line.
The Mavericks have gone 2 for 3 at the foul line in this one.
And their success rate on the season, right around 77%.
And Edwards drops them both. Just over a minute and a half had passed here in the third quarter. Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Kevin, thanks. At this point in his career, Paul George says he's in bully mode. He said, every night I'm on the floor, I'm there to dominate. Whether it's being more physical or going right at whoever I got to go at, you're going to feel me. I'm having that approach every time. I'm there to destroy you. Kevin?
I love it, though, D.A. Got to admit it. Awful powerful. Thank you.
The big fella, Embiid, making it look too easy.
Lively finds Thompson. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. Stolen by Lively. It's hauled in by the 76ers. Embiid's got 9 rebounds now tonight. Here's Oubre. Pass to Grimes. Shot clock at 5. Back to Oubre. And finished off by Oubre.
Well, Oubre has the kind of athleticism that makes that an easy play.
Lively against Embiid. They swipe it. And here we go. George heading to the hoop. And it's George finishing it off.
Gotta take care of the ball. They'll punish you if you're that careless.
That's right, and that's severe punishment right there.
Boy, in a tight game like this, that can change the whole tone. It helps your opponent get into a little bit of a rhythm.
And this is his first trip to the line tonight. And the technical free throw is good.
I think one of the things you have to be in awe of is how creative and how elusive Kyrie Irving is to deal with when he's cooking offensively. This guy truly a remarkable talent.
Lively, no one around him. Again, the miss by the Mavericks. Philadelphia's gone 1 of 3 from downtown since halftime. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here.
We see Paul George just understands how to use his length and his size. He is such a tough cover close to the basket.
And they now lead as the free throw drops for him. The Mavericks have gone 2 of 6 from the field here in the third. Irving kicks to Thompson. Pass to Lively. Dallas again missing. And the 76ers with possession. They're on a 9-1 run. Now here's Embiid. Embiid goes in, and the shot goes down.
And you've got to admire the toughness that Embiid plays with. He doesn't let fouls stop him from scoring.
And he's got his first chance at the line here. 1:10 left to play in the third. Guys are looking for a spark here.
Yeah, a cold stretch offensively, for sure.
Thompson inside, defended by George. Lively, that's good. Lively's got 5 points so far.
We think of Thompson as a beautifully gifted shooter, but make no mistake, he understands when and where to place the basketball when a teammate is open.
Fundamentals, guys, using the one-hand slam.
He makes the basics look pretty exceptional. And it's Paul George with the foul. That's his third foul of the game.
76ers foul. Paul George.
44 seconds left in the third quarter.
Personal foul. Second team foul.
Out to Edwards. Fires from deep.
Well, not only is he a tremendous athlete, but Paul George is a terrific positional defender. He just uses that body so well to contest shots.
All the officials are all over that one.
At the line for the Mavericks, Lively.
And no good on the second free throw, so he goes 0 for 2 there. And now Philadelphia on the break. George with the ball. Guarded now by Irving. Shot by Grimes. No good. Mavericks trail by 4. Out to Thompson. Back to Davis. And stolen by Maxey. And George, here we go. And the layup's good off the glass. George has got 6 points in the quarter.
Great finish. What a setup. Terrific ball movement there.
A big-time effort for Joel Embiid, providing a lot of energy for the 70. And let's take this opportunity now to show you our State Farm assist of the game.
And how about the big fella here showing us he's got some point guard skill here with the tremendous setup.
I'll tell you, in today's game, you want skill and decision-making at every position.
We've reached the fourth quarter, and what has been a very competitive game should be an exciting finish. On the floor for Dallas starting the fourth quarter here. Thompson is out there with Kyrie Irving. Then there's Edwards. Then there's Davis. And it's Lively in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. Outside Edwards. Right side Davis. Pass to Lively. Out to Edwards. And he gets the whistle for the 3-second call.
Philadelphia ball.
The 76ers leading by 6. Embiid sets the pick for Maxey to the inside. And Embiid throws it down.
What a scary sight. Joel Embiid with all that momentum taking it to the hoop, looking like a freight train.
That almost looked like bad communication. You hate to see that kind of mistake.
And so George will bring it up for the Philadelphia 76ers. Here's Maxey. Good on the triple. And it's an 11-point 76ers lead.
Take your focus off Maxey for 1 second, and he will let it fly from out there.
And it's Paul George with the foul.
Paul George.
That will get him his 4th foul of the game.
Personal foul. First team foul.
A little over a minute of the fourth quarter gone right now. Outside for Davis. 3-pointer. Irving passes to Edwards. 6 to shoot. Good! Thompson makes it look so easy.
And this is Thompson's calling card, an exceptional shooter from downtown.
Oubre outside. Pass to Grimes. Here's Embiid. On the wing, George. Edwards defending. Embiid, no good. Mavericks trail by 8. Lively sends a screen for Edwards. They get it again. Lively's shot is off. 76ers have gone 2 of 4 from the field since we started the final quarter of play. Now, here's George. Pass to Embiid. And 2 free throws coming up. Unable to get that one to go with all the contact.
And we know how good Embiid is at drawing fouls, especially in the painted area. He welcomes the contact.
The free throw drops for Embiid. He hits both from the stripe.
The way he's shooting free throws tonight, you simply don't want to put him there.
Irving kicks to Davis. Dallas moving the ball around. Lively's shot is off.
I'll tell you, this has not been his game, and he's making it worse with shot selection like that.
And guys, what do you think about the offensive approach so far that we've seen for Philadelphia?
I'm in love with how they're moving the basketball all game long, and also their ability to move without the ball. That style just makes it so difficult to defend.
And they've also been scoring on the break with how difficult it is to get buckets in the half court. Anytime you can push the ball in transition for easy ones, that's big time.
Outside for George. Here's Embiid. Oh, Embiid, too tough inside.
Well, no question, Joel Embiid is page 1 on the scouting report. Maybe page 2 and 3 as well. He is a handful.
How good a playmaker are we watching? Always leading, always trying to create for others.
Maxey passes to Oubre. 1:52 left in the fourth. Embiid with it, picked up by Thompson. Puts up a three. Good on the three-point shot. And the 76ers lead by 13.
Don't sleep on Embiid's ability to create for his teammates, and it helps draw defensive attention away from his attack.
And guys, he's not an easy man to stop when he's got the rim in his sights.
Never has been, never will be. He is a determined finisher. Outside, Maxey. Pass to Embiid. Shoots over Lively. Embiid, no good. Average trail by 11. On the wing, Davis. Rebound by Joel Embiid. Philadelphia has gotten a lot of looks from outside tonight, 5 of 12.
And now as the clock ticks down, this is going to end up as a solid victory here for the 76ers.
In the end, they had a better shooting percentage, and that's what made the difference. Sometimes, things go your way. The other team wasn't catching many lucky breaks themselves.
Yeah, and Kevin, not all about luck. I thought their overall shot selection was better.
The one player that really stands out, of course, in this one, it was a dazzling game for Joel Embiid.
Efficient productivity. You love what this guy has given to you on the offensive end.
Embiid in the corner. There's 37 seconds left to play in the final quarter. Pass to Maxey. The Mavericks pull it in. Here's Lively. The putback. He hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points. And so it's Maxey who brings up the ball for the 76ers. Here's Grimes. And so it's going to be a 3-second violation out there on the defense.
Philadelphia ball. At the line for your...
And so he hits the technical free throw.
You've got to figure those are the free throws that officially put this game out of reach.
There's 14 seconds left here in the fourth quarter. Here's Oubre, and Davis sends it back. So it's the 76ers winning this one easily. A confident win and one where they clearly showed the greater effort.
Yeah, I mean, it was a solid performance, particularly here at home. I think
David, thank you as always. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Greg.
Welcome, sports fans. Thank you for joining us. It's the NBA, and both backcourts in this one stand cream of the crop.
Well, a lot of people would say that this is a guard-oriented league. I think it's a league of all the positions, but tonight, certainly, whoever can win that guard battle will probably go home with the W.
Certainly the headliner tonight. Looking at the starting five for the Minnesota Timberwolves. We've got Jaden McDaniels, Naz Reid out there with Julius Randle. Then there's Rudy Gobert, and it's Edwards in at the point guard position. Here's Edwards, following the score by Philadelphia. McDaniels finds Gobert. Oh, misses the dunk. Here we go, the Sixers on the break. Here's George, and it's blocked by Edwards. And the ball out of bounds. Last touch by Edwards. Pass to Embiid. Drummond to screen on McDaniels. Embiid passes to Grimes. 6 to shoot. Up top, George. Here's Grimes. Defended by Gobert. For three, Maxey drains the triple.
Well, the corner three, no challenge for Maxey. I mean, the dude can straight up shoot from deep.
It's McDaniels on the wing. Down low. Gobert. Philadelphia grabs the miss.
Oh, this is exactly the kind of opportunity you don't want to waste.
And Grant, the success of teams like the Timberwolves showing that size still matters.
Yeah, in this pace and space era, that may have come into question just a bit, but size and skill combined has always been your best bet at winning.
And right there, Edwards shows you his ability to impact both sides of the ball.
Maxey passes to Drummond, and the jam by Drummond.
Nice one-handed jam. Simple and effective, PA.
Hey, with the lead, I'm surprised he didn't come up with something a little more creative. Now here's Randle. Inside. Here's Reid. That's in. Coming off an assist from Randle.
Well, when you have a scorer as skilled as he is, you do everything you can to get him the looks he needs.
Drummond with the ball. Picked up by Reid. Embiid from outside. And it's out of bounds. The Sixers able to retain possession here. George against Randle. It's George with the drive.
On defense, Gobert expertly uses his size and length, making himself into a wall. Intelligent ball movement. The offense looking one step ahead there.
Outside Reid. Pass to McDaniels. Gobert with it. Over Drummond. No good. A bit long that time. A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
I was able to catch up with Nick Nurse. He knows it'll be tough to score in the paint tonight. Gobert locks down the lane as well as anyone. He blocks shots, and then when you count up the numbers of shots he alters, you get a full picture of his dominance at the defensive end. Guys?
Thank you for that, Allie. Now here's Edwards. A slam dunk by Reid.
Yeah, great play from Edwards off the pick and roll. Moving the ball around and get another guy's shot.
And stand while Edwards has pushed back. It hasn't stopped others from comparing him to his airness, Michael Jordan.
And that talk is more about how his game reminds one of MJ and less about greatness. Edwards' career is just getting started.
Reid a screen on Maxey. Edwards a pass to Randle. 1:33 left to play in the first quarter. 6 on the shot clock. Reid. Randle can't hit. Philadelphia leading by 8. George outside. Right wing. A chance to push it to double digits, but it's off the mark. For Minnesota, they've gone just 3 for 7 here at the start. Here's McDaniels. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. Stan, a late first-round pick in 2020. Jaden McDaniels, one of the top young two-way players in the league.
Well, Brian, last season he was rewarded with a big money extension. His play tailed off just a bit, but still a key player for them moving forward.
Now here's Maxey. 5 points in the game. Here's Reid. A slam dunk by Reid.
Talk about taking advantage of the opportunity.
How about the anticipation right there that led to the steal? Then he goes straight to the bucket.
Turning great defense into great offense. That's the kind of stop you're looking for.
At 7 feet tall, Embiid looks to dunk often, especially when he's got good position.
Here's Edwards. Got it. Edwards got his second bucket of the night. 26 seconds left in the opening quarter. Maxey against Edwards. There's 14 seconds left in the first quarter. Jacks up a three. Reed with the rebound. Here's Gobert. That'll count. No good on the buzzer beater. The baskets were coming early and often in the first quarter. The Sixers on top. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And looking at what we've seen from the Sixers, what do you guys think?
Oh, what a first quarter. You love their willingness to make the extra pass.
Yeah, it's the kind of offense every coach loves to see. Selfless and smart.
On the court for the Timberwolves. Second quarter underway. We've got Anthony Edwards, Julius Randle out there with Naz Reid. Then it's Jaden McDaniels, and it's Gobert in at center, filling out the middle. Here's Grimes. The kick out to Maxey. Pass to Grimes. Launches it. McDaniels with the rebound. Timberwolves trail by 4. It's Reed with a drive. And, Coach, how about Naz Reid, the 2024 Sixth Man of the Year award winner?
Yeah, Brian, sort of unique. We often associate that award with shooting guards, but although he's a big, Reid is more than capable of putting up big numbers, including from long distance.
And Stan, they always say for a player, confidence is such a big part of it. How can a coach instill that in a player?
Well, as your coach, I think your job is to create a system that the players believe in and they believe they can have success in. The rest of it has to come from inside of the players. They have to believe in themselves.
Now here's Embiid. Maxey passes to Embiid. Kicks it to George. Good. And the assist to Embiid.
Gets the ball and takes the shot. It's that easy for Paul George.
Randle outside. Reed against Embiid. Reed passes to Edwards. Back to Reed. Randle, a screen on Embiid. To the middle. Reed finds Randle. Can't cash it in from close range. The Sixers lead by 6. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Anthony Edwards. That's his first foul of the game.
Personal foul. Second team foul.
George with it. Randle's in his pocket. George passes to Drummond. Back to George. Let's go with a 3. Drills it from deep. And now it's a 9-point 76ers lead.
Well, those go down for him in his sleep.
To the paint. Here's Gobert. And Gobert with the stuff.
You're best to get out of Gobert's way. You don't want to be on the wrong end of that tug.
Pass to Drummond. Here's Embiid. Back to Drummond. All right, for those just joining us, we're almost 2.5 minutes into the second. Oh, nice fake, but the layup's off the mark. Here's Reed. George with a steal. And now the Sixers on the break. Here's Grimes. Kicks it to George. Pass to Embiid. Minnesota with a rebound. Now Randle. He's scoreless. Reed is screen on George. Randle, pass to McDaniels. Up top, Edwards. Maxey covering. Joel Embiid pulls it down. Philadelphia leading by 7. 1:49 left in the second. Pass to George. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up. Jaden McDaniels picks one up.
And you got to give Paul George credit for his mental toughness. There's always lots of chatter out there, but he tunes it out and just focuses on his game.
Timberwolves trail by 9. And a little under 3.5 minutes elapsed here in the second quarter. Shot is good by Edwards.
Just a ferocious play by Edwards, taking the contact but staying committed to his finish.
Now here's Maxey. He's got 5. Pass to Drummond. Over Gobert. The shot by Drummond, no good. The Timberwolves have gotten 2 of 5 shots to fall this second quarter. And it's blocked by Embiid.
Yeah, imposing his... Embiid sending a message with that rejection.
Philadelphia on D. They've only allowed 5 points in the quarter.
Philadelphia foul. Quentin Grimes. That's his second personal foul. Second team foul.
And 1:01 left in the second quarter. Down low.
Good work on the defensive end by Drummond, using his size to bother the shooter.
Embiid passes to Maxey. Pass to Embiid. Now George. And the jam by George.
I like when Paul looks to score inside because he's more than capable of dunking it through.
9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. It's Edwards on the wing. Gobert with a screen on Maxey. These are his first free throws of the game.
That's his first personal foul.
And he makes a first.
And looking at Edwards, the offensive skills he has are impressive. Now he must focus on improving his defense.
Yeah, great effort tonight, and he's been rewarded with trips to the line.
Outside Maxey. To the wing on the left. Drummond finds Embiid. Here's Grimes. Oh, rejected by McDaniels. They recover it. Kicks it to George. Over McDaniels. Oh, and the release was before the buzzer, but it's off target. And so it's the Philadelphia 76ers closing out this quarter with a 7-point lead. Ali, as always, thank you. We'll be back right after the break for the third quarter here on 2K Sports.
Get ready for the fan half-court shot. Run. They're thinking about the shot.
And happy you could join us. We've got 2 quarters left to go in regulation. Paul George with a strong contribution so far in this one.
Can they come up with an answer for him coming out of the half? They have to change something defensively.
Yeah, I'd love to see what they drew up in the locker room, because you're right. He's the problem right now.
Paul George out there with Joel Embiid. Then it's Maxey. Then it's Andre Drummond. And it's Grimes in at the 2. Oh, Embiid with the highlight of the night.
Woo, that was big time. I mean, a dunk contest finish from Embiid. This guy can fly.
Excellent coverage defensively, making it hard on him.
And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Naz Reid. That's his first foul of the game.
That's his first personal foul. First team foul.
And here's George. He's got 10. Inside, the kick out to Maxey. Pass to Embiid. Back to Maxey. Clock at 6. Here's Grimes. The 3 is up. It's rebounded by Anthony Edwards.
Just terrible defense. I don't know how he missed that shot.
Here's Gobert. Joel Embiid with the board. Embiid's got 4 rebounds now. And Grant, I know you played a part in Embiid's decision to join Team USA.
Yeah, B.A., I spent a lot of time talking to Joel Embiid and convincing him to play for us in the U.S. men's national team. And just executing at a high level. I mean, taking what the defense allows and putting in the work.
Yeah, come on. They're just having their way out there and continuing to press the advantage.
Oh, Embiid packs it down.
Slams it down with 2 hands.
Man, they're really getting aggressive now.
With the assist.
Edwards against Maxey. Gobert passes to Edwards. To end the run. It's hauled in by the Sixers. Embiid's got rebound number 5 here tonight. George with it. Now guarded by McDaniels. Up top, Embiid. Pass to Drummond. Here he goes. The kick out to Maxey. And stolen by Edwards. Randall outside. Now here's Edwards. It's McDaniels on the wing. Outside Reid. Gobert passes to Randall. Outside Reid. Back to Randall. To the inside. Gobert. Shot clock at 3. Picked by Gobert. The open shot by Edwards. Whoop, there's the shot clock violation. So they'll turn it over. Well, we're into the third quarter. Just over 2.5 minutes played. Left side Maxey. 4-3. It's rebounded by Minnesota. Left side Reid. Randall outside. Pass to McDaniels. To the middle. Here's Gobert. And they're going to count that bucket. And they'll send him to the line. It could be a 3-point play. Defensive Player of the Year 4 times over, Stan. Rudy Gobert tied for the record.
Yeah, Brian, alongside Dikembe Mutombo and Ben Wallace, and Gobert's capable of getting another one too, assuming his countryman Victor Wembanyama doesn't start taking the reins.
Yeah, just an outstanding find by Maxey. More than willing to give it up to open teammates.
Reid can't hit. Philadelphia leading by 13. George outside. Back to Drummond. And the jam by Drummond.
Well, that's about as high percentage of look as Drummond's going to get. Nice job inside.
Reid, a screen on Maxey. Here's Edwards. Can't hit that one. Excellent D there from Embiid. It's George on the drive. And the jam by George.
Their offense has been unstoppable, just firing on all cylinders.
Well, clearly the defense has had no answer for them. Might be time to try something different.
Easy look when the defender isn't fighting over the screen.
Yeah, it's certainly worth it to disrupt the offense. Coaches notice that extra effort.
Maxey passes to Embiid. Drummond with the screen. Ooh, McDaniels with a steal. Randall outside. A deep 3. The rebound by Embiid. Embiid's got 7 rebounds in the game. For 3, Maxey. Gets the three to fall. Maxey's got 6 points in the quarter.
Ooh, the range of Maxey is pretty impressive. He is consistent from beyond the arc.
Count the basket.
Look, he's doing what he can to try to keep them afloat offensively, continuing to stay aggressive.
George outside. Just 1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock. Sinks that one. And now shooting 5 of 10 and looking sharp.
And at the offensive end, George persistent and consistent.
Here's Gobert. And the jam by Gobert.
B.A., forget about attempting the long-range three to cut into that lead. Just attack the rim, my man.
That was sweet.
And he's playing the game with a certain flair right now.
Oh, he caps off the move with a little hang time on the rim. And here at the end of the third, it's a double-digit ball game. Philadelphia on. And there have been 2 very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. The Sixers lead by 17, setting the floor for the Timberwolves. Anthony Edwards out there with Jaden McDaniels. Then it's Julius Randle. Then there's Naz Reid. And it's Gobert in at the 5 spot.
And there's the process at work. Embiid rolls off the pick and right into scoring position.
Randle, pass to Gobert. Back to Randle. The 3-ball. Pure from 3-point range. Randle's got his first 3 points of the game. And, Coach, you've been lauded by some of your former players for your pregame preparation. I've seen it myself in the broadcasting world.
Well, I've also been cursed by some of those players for my pregame walkthroughs, Brian. People thought they were way too long, but I just wanted to be as prepared as possible and was one that always believed I'd rather do too much than too little.
Pass to Embiid. Here's Grimes. Just 5 on the clock. Takes it inside. Stolen by Reid. For 3, Randle. Rebound by Philadelphia. Drummond's got 13 rebounds in the game. Glass eating. Here's Embiid. Nails the baby hook. Embiid's got 4 points this quarter.
I love the confidence Embiid plays with, especially this close to the rim.
Randle, good.
Randle.
Maxey with it. Gobert against Drummond. Here's George. There's the drive. Oh, the big dunk right over Julius Randle.
Gotta like the momentum on George's drive, cutting into the defense and clearing himself a path.
Maxey against Edwards. Maxey surveys. Drummond to screen on Edwards. Edwards against Maxey. Down low. Ooh, Gobert with a steal. And now the T-Wolves on the break. Reid for 3. Buries it from 3.
Opportunistic basketball. Gets a great look at the 3 in transition.
And so it's Maxey with it. He brings it up for the Philadelphia 76ers. Pass to Grimes to the paint. As Drummond with the jam.
That's just a great pass. Excellent vision to see the open spot in the defense and lead him to the score.
They get the rebound. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting.
Inside, you have to try something to stop Randle. But he gets physical right back and draws a good shooting foul.
No good on the free throw.
You know, a reliable veteran like Julius Randle is so valuable. He provides a foundation for everyone else to play off of because they know he'll be there to score and help out. He makes it easier for other players to succeed around him.
It's George on the wing. For 3, Maxey. Reid with the rebound. Timberwolves trail by 16. Here's McDaniels. That's short off the rim.
He expects to make every one of those, and we expect him to make them too.
Outside Maxey. Pass to Drummond. The shot from 20 feet out. Here's Grimes. The kick out to Maxey. Here's Grimes. Checked by Randall. Launches it from deep. From behind the arc. Grimes' shot is off.
I mean, he's trying to shoot his way out of what's becoming a prolonged cold streak.
Yeah, I get it, but you don't want him forcing things. It's better to get your shots within the flow of the offense.
And they were really able to find the mismatches they wanted and exploit those all night. Great execution from the players and coaching staff for the 76ers.
Check out their assist numbers.
They didn't get stuck in isolation. They got the ball to the guys who had the best matchups.
And when you look at the game, the one thing that helped fuel this team to victory was the efficiency for Joel Embiid.
And he found a way to leave his mark on every facet of the game. His activity and energy were huge factors.
Maxey against Edwards. Pass to Grimes. Launches a three. The kick out to Maxey. Over Edwards. The rebound by the Timberwolves. Releases from 15. It doesn't go for him. So it's the 76ers winning this one easily. A clean win, and one where they clearly showed better energy.
Yes, so true.
All right, Allie, thank you. And that about wraps it up. For Grant Hill, Stan Van Gundy, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian Anderson signing off. We'll see you
to be plenty of action down in the painted area tonight, Greg, with the big man matchup in this one.
Yeah, I love to see skilled bigs dueling down low. Kind of a throwback in some ways, but there's still plenty of physicality in the modern game.
So let's take a look at the starters for the Dallas Mavericks. They've got Washington. Daniel Gafford is out there with Anthony Davis. Then it's Kyrie Irving, and it's Thompson in at shooting guard. And here's Gobert. It's Edwards on the wing. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. Another shot, and Gobert with the lay-in. Gobert's got the first points up on the board here for the Timberwolves. It's tipped. That's out of bounds. The Mavericks able to retain possession here. And Hall of Famer David Aldridge spoke with Chris Finch. David?
Coach said how much he admires Klay Thompson, saying that guy is a champion. Coming back from 2 years away, Thompson's still one of the best two-way guards in the league. Nothing but respect for Klay, and there's zero argument here. Thompson surely a future Hall of Famer. Guys?
Thank you, David. And it's Irving with the ball for the Dallas Mavericks. Greg, as you were saying, beyond the blocks, what makes Anthony Davis special on defense is the way he navigates the floor.
Kevin, most bigs can get picked on in pick-and-roll action. Davis, though, too quick and smart to take advantage of. He can slip screens, hedge, switch, and recover like he's a 3-and-D wing.
Tell you what, the defense was lucky there. I mean, leave him that open from range, he'll typically knock it down.
Pass to McDaniels. Gobert with it. Over Irving. And off the left side of the rim, and it swirls in for him. Gobert's got his second bucket. Davis, that's for two. Dallas, no good that time either.
I guess even he has to miss one of those once in a while.
Now, Gobert. Outside Edwards. Randall kicks to DiVincenzo. Here's the floater. Can't capitalize inside.
Those are chances almost always you can rely on him to get you 2 points, but the D, just enough to keep him out of rhythm.
Now, here's Thompson. Pass to Washington. And 2 free throws coming up, unable to get that one to go with all the contact. Mark, we were just talking, P.J. Washington has improved his defense, hasn't he?
He really has been intentional about getting better at that end of the floor. And, you know, he always had a good foundation for potentially being an outstanding defender, but then he put the work in. You know, he does a great job with his positioning. He's got excellent positional size, and because of all of that in his work, he's a versatile defender now that can make an impact at that end of the floor.
Rebounded by Gafford. For Dallas, they've gone 0 of 4, missing their first 4 field goals. Irving kicks to Washington. Wants to get it to Gafford, and does. A shot by Thompson, and no one's around. It's good. This game is all even.
Well, that's exactly the guy you want to set up. I mean, Klay Thompson feels like every shot he takes is going in.
Randall, a screen on Irving. To the wing right side. McDaniels against Washington. 6 to shoot. Three-pointer, Randall. Nailed from three-point land.
Taking it himself, Randall changes who he is when the jumper goes in.
Davis dishes to Thompson. Back to Davis. Driving in. Pass to Gafford. Outside for Davis. Another 3 for Dallas.
This is what the big-time players in the league do. Anthony Davis just had his team get hit for a three-pointer on defense. Comes right back at him with a 3 of his own. Bang!
And the rejection by Gafford. Inside, stolen by McDaniels. Washington against Gobert. Randall outside. And 101 left to play in the first quarter.
What a finish by Gobert, absorbing the foul to earn an and one trip.
You know, when Rudy Gobert is down low, it strikes fear into the opponent. This is a guy who has led the league in blocks and rebounds at different times. Inside the paint, he is just a nightmare to battle against.
And it's Irving missing. Timberwolves leading by 3. Here's DiVincenzo. Lays it up off the glass.
Well, I like to see when guards come inside. DiVincenzo trying to send a message with that hoop.
The Mavericks have gone just 2 of 7 so far. A little bit of a slow start for them. Gobert with the block. And so the ball out of bounds. Gobert touched it last. There's 31 seconds left here in the opening quarter. Gafford finds Washington. And Davis wide open. He shoots. Off target with his 3. The Timberwolves have gone just a shade under 50% from the field. 5 of 11.
Nothing seems to be going his way this quarter.
To me, it appears he's starting to lose his composure a little bit. We'll see if he can regroup and get back into a better rhythm.
Stolen by Thompson. And that does it for the first quarter. Timberwolves lead by 5. From Target Center, back in a moment. And hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And what's your take, guys, on the hustle stats for Minnesota?
I love the defensive concentration so far in this one. They're getting out on shooters and really doing a great job of disrupting the rhythm.
You know, another point I'd like to add is that they've had tremendous success early on converting turnovers and turning those into points.
Edwards on the wing. He's joined by McDaniel. Randall out there with Gobert, and it's DiVincenzo in at the 1. So that's the lineup for Minnesota. Greg, this is some kind of note. Last year, Minnesota, for just the second time, had ever won a series in the postseason.
Yeah, they've been bounced in the first round, 10 of 12 appearances. But last year's team was different. Their elite defense fueled the conference finals run.
The Mavericks trailing. Irving passes to Davis. Out to Thompson. Gafford against Randall. Thompson for 3. Another 3 for Dallas.
Anywhere on the arc, Thompson is a threat. You have to do all you can to run him off that line.
And there's the drive. Randall onside. Outside Edwards. Pass to DiVincenzo. Lock at 6. Up top, Gobert. Covered by Gafford. Tips it. Controls the rebound and puts it back up and in.
And, you know, plays like this are why DiVincenzo is out here. His hustle keeps possessions going.
Outside Edwards. And you see, don't you, Clark, the steady progression year over year for Anthony Edwards.
Well, he's already an all-star since his 3rd season. With Edwards, the chance is there, if he continues to show the same improvement he's shown thus far, that he's going to be MVP caliber, and I dare say, perhaps the face of the league for several years to come.
Now here's Davis. Thompson looking for an opening. And it's Washington missing. Timberwolves leading by 3 to the inside. Out to Edwards. Wants to get it to Randall and does. Here's Gobert. That's in. Coming off an assist from Randall. Gobert's got 9.
Clearly the strength of Gobert's game. Tough cover down low.
Irving passes to Thompson. Dallas, no good that time either.
You know what, though? Sometimes you can be too open. I think it may have surprised him, and that's why he missed.
DiVincenzo with it. Picked up by Thompson. Edwards on target. Drills it from way out there.
Look at that from Edwards. Way out there.
Pass to Irving. Back to Washington. Outside Irving. Shot to stop the run. Offensive rebound. Gafford with the ball. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. It's going to be on Rudy Gobert. The Mavericks have converted 1 of 2 free throws so far today.
And I think this is a strength of this team. Solid numbers at the line across the board, 77% collectively.
You know, I know that's an aspect they've been trying to address as a team. I mean, they've got to get those free throw numbers up and improve.
Pass to DiVincenzo. Randall with a screen for McDaniel. And here's Randall. And Randall throws it down.
And creating a little separation here, gaining some confidence.
Yeah, you get the sense that they're going to start stretching this lead out a little bit.
Here's Minnesota. Big run right now going for him, 11-2. Shoots the 3. Klay Thompson grabs the miss. Mavericks trail by 8. Irving passes to Davis. Davis using his size.
And I tell you what, AD is able to brush off those defenders with ease because of how strong he is. That's what they call weight room.
To the middle. Here's Gobert. Rebounded by Gafford. Gafford's got 4 rebounds in this game. Davis, the pass to Thompson. Down low. Gafford misses.
That is some tough defense there against one of the better finishers in our game.
54 seconds left in the first half. Here's DiVincenzo. Gobert. And finished off by Gobert.
What a move by Gobert. Closing that open space in the pick and roll.
Pass to Thompson. And on the way from Irving for 3. Gobert pulls it in. Gobert's got rebound number 8 now on the night. Slammed home and they call the foul. He's headed to the stripe for one more.
Taking matters into his own hands.
Yeah, we didn't expect to see that kind of finish.
And you know, guys, when your point guard is making explosive plays at the rim, I really do think it sets the tone for the rest of the team.
And it's Davis missing. It's Gobert with the ball for the Minnesota Timberwolves. They lead by 11, the largest margin of the game. 3-second difference between shot clock and game clock. A putback. Irving kicks to Washington. Thompson outside. Over Edwards. And he got that one up in time, but doesn't go in. And so it's Minnesota. Their lead at 11 points to end the quarter. They've been... Thank you, David, and we'll be right back after halftime to start the third quarter. See you in just a bit.
We're taking it off the side.
And with the second half upon us, we'll find out if this game becomes the route that it's threatening to be. Rudy Gobert has been sensational.
Well, with a double-double in hand through 2 quarters, you can just imagine what his stat line will look like at the end of this one.
Yeah, he's got that locked-in look in his eyes tonight, and he's not going to start taking it easy. I think he's going to be going hard until that final whistle blows.
Getting underway in the second half, here's the 5 for Jason Kidd. Klay Thompson is out there with Kyrie Irving. Then there's Daniel Gafford. Then there's Washington. And it's Davis at the power forward position. Mavericks trail by 11. In the corner, Irving with it. Offline with his 3.
He is single-handedly dropping the temperature in here with that cold streak.
And he's got to find other ways to contribute then, because his shot making is not happening right now.
Every year, Greg, we get a new batch of rookies into the NBA, and sometimes we're all guilty of judging them too early.
Oh, absolutely. I think we need probably 3 years to evaluate a player. You know, fans and media can be a little harsh at times, but not everybody develops at the same rate.
I tell you, it's an added bonus when Gobert is scoring at this rate. These guys need to keep feeding him.
Davis finds Irving. Gafford inside. Edwards defending. Here's Irving. Drilled from 11 feet out.
Just reliable, guys. He's just always trying to make the right play.
Gobert the screen. Here's DiVincenzo. Pass to McDaniels. Timberwolves passing it around. Gobert with a screen on Thompson. Here's Edwards. Gobert the pass to Edwards. And the wide open shot from DiVincenzo. Gobert out to Edwards. Edwards crashing in from outside.
You know, Edwards is still tweaking his three-point shot, but it sure looked good there.
McDaniels against Washington. Here's Gafford. The rebound by the Timberwolves. Gobert's Timberwolves leading by 15. McDaniels passes to Gobert. That one no good. The Mavericks have gotten just one of their first 4 shots to fall since coming out of the locker room at the break. On the wing, DiVincenzo. Gobert, great positioning on the putback.
Gobert so good around the rim. Had that shot back before the defense could do anything with it.
Washington kicks to Davis. Oh, Davis showing his range.
Boy, a big man with great touch from deep, always a valuable commodity in today's game.
Well, we're into the third quarter, just over 2.5 minutes played. They get the rebound. DiVincenzo passes to Randall. Randall a screen on Thompson. Back to Randall. Stolen by Thompson. And now here's Davis, the fast break opportunity for the 3. The shot by Thompson, no good.
You know, he's just not taking good shots, not taking smart shots, forcing up a lot of low percentage jump there.
And there's the call on Kyrie Irving. That's his first foul. Here's McDaniels. No scoring in this one. To the paint. Here's Gobert. And he floats in for the easy 2. Credit the assist on that one.
A versatile guard, DiVincenzo is excellent at hitting his teammates in their spots.
Washington kicks to Irving. That shot off the mark. Randall with some nice D. Timberwolves leading by 16. Here's McDaniels. Up and in on the layup.
Basically just ignored that contact inside. Really tough finish by McDaniels.
Gafford misses. For Minnesota, they've gone just a bit under 50% from the field since halftime. 5 out of 11. Gobert can't connect from short range. Mavericks trail by 18. Washington inside. Working on McDaniels. 46 seconds left in the third quarter of the game. And Randall has got the ball here for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Since halftime, they've only allowed 5 points. DiVincenzo can't hit it. Dallas has gone 1 of 3 from downtown since halftime. And Davis, here we go, and he makes that one. Davis has got 5 points now in the quarter.
What separates Davis from the pack? In my mind, it's his all-around offensive game. Size, skill, perimeter shooting, and post-up prowess.
Randall no good. The Mavericks shooting at ghastly 26% from the field. Their offensive game looking completely out of whack. DiVincenzo against Irving. 4 seconds left. Here's Gobert. And he was able to put it up in time, but doesn't fall. And so it's Minnesota in command with a 16-point lead as the buzzer sounds. And let's take this opportunity now to show you our State Farm assist of the game.
And the winner today, the big fella here with the sweetest of dimes. What a plus it is to have a post player who's got this ability to find.
Boy, that's a nice asset to have. It's a huge boost to any offense, too. It adds a whole nother dimension when you've got a big guy that can pass.
And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same from the first 3 quarters. Edwards on the wing. He's joined by McDaniel. Rudy Gobert is out there with Randall, and it's DiVincenzo in at the 1 spot. So that's the lineup for Minnesota.
This is where Gobert likes to park himself, right around the rack.
Davis drives in. Gobert with the block. And that's out of bounds. Dallas will retain possession. Washington passes to Gafford. And the layup's good off the glass.
Boy, an excellent passer for a big man. P.J. Washington's floor awareness, impressive.
Minnesota leading by 18. Pass to Gobert. Uncovered. Here's DiVincenzo. McDaniels finds DiVincenzo. Here's Gobert. It's good.
Best of luck to any defender trying to slow Gobert down. He is ruthless inside.
And guys, let's get your take on the hustle stats for the Timberwolves.
I like their defense tonight, and we don't talk about that side of the ball enough. You can really change a game when you get a bunch of steals and get out in transition.
You know something else, guys? You know, they came out of that tunnel sprinting in a full stride sprint. That translated to the floor and lots of success in the fast break game.
Oof, rough shooting night tonight, but you can't fault him for the effort.
Edwards dishes to Gobert. Randall outside. Back to Gobert. Nice ball movement by Minnesota. 6 on the shot clock. DiVincenzo. It's rebounded by Dallas. Gafford's got 9 rebounds now tonight. They need a good offensive possession.
Yeah, they've gone a long time without a bucket.
Thompson with the bucket.
Known as a shooter, Thompson's size allows him to score inside as well.
Thompson against Edwards. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. Pass to McDaniels. Down low. Outside for Randall. Here's Gobert. And the officials calling for a 3-second violation. Mavericks trail by 18. Outside Irving. Sweet little floater.
How many different ways can Kyrie Irving beat his man? I mean, his array of moves is endless.
Randall outside. Pass to Gobert. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul.
Nice work to get it inside and draw the contact.
Exactly. The defense determined not to allow the easy layup right there. They'll settle for making him earn the free throws.
Mavericks have gone 3 of 6 from the field so far in the 4th quarter. And that one drops.
Proving he can capitalize from this area too. Washington being assertive and looking to score. I like it.
Gobert with a screen on Irving. A 3 for DiVincenzo. Pulls in another board. He hauls in his 20th rebound.
Dominating the glass.
It's Edwards on the wing. Good on the 3-point shot. And the Timberwolves lead by 18.
Relentless in their approach, even with the game firmly in hand.
And, you know, until that final buzzer sounds, I mean, you've got to treat every possession like it's crucial.
Gobert, the screen. To the middle. Pass to DiVincenzo. McDaniels gets to Randall. Jacks up a 3. Mavericks with the rebound.
And this is what they wanted. I mean, to announce their presence in this matchup with authority. Very decisive. It can definitely be considered a statement win for the Timberwolves.
Their hard work on the glass paid off.
I tell you what, they're both excellent rebounding teams, and it was a tough battle underneath all game. And I think ultimately that earned the W.
The one player that really stands out, of course, in this one, it was a dazzling game for Rudy Gobert.
He was doing everything right, and the points came in bunches. Definitely had the hot hand.
And taking care of the ball has been a problem for him.
That's something they've got to fix. While the defense has been good, a lot of these turnovers have been unforced.
DiVincenzo against Irving. Gobert with a screen on Irving. And here's DiVincenzo from the arc. Here's Edwards. Edwards with another miss. And so here is Dallas. It's an 18-point game. 1 second separating the shot clock and game clock. And Thompson kicks to Gafford. Back to Thompson over Edwards.
Thompson, the assist, Gafford.
And so it's the Timberwolves taking care of business here. And the outcome of this one was never in doubt.
And boy, they really put in a supreme effort. It just felt like once they had that lead and it was comfortable, they were not going to relinquish.
Thank you for that, David. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Greg Anthony, Clark.
And a look at Minnesota's opening lineup. They've got Rudy Gobert, Julius Randle out there with Naz Reid. Then there's Edwards, and it's DiVincenzo in at the point. And for Milwaukee, inside we have Giannis and Lopez. Prince is out there with Damian Lillard, and it's Kuzma in at the 3. Grant, when you talk about these two teams tonight, I think it's fair to expect a barrage of three-point shooting.
Oh, for sure, B.A. That's the usual game plan from both sides. It's going to be raining threes here tonight. And if they're falling, it's going to be a high-scoring affair.
DiVincenzo against Lillard. Back to DiVincenzo. To the paint. Here's Reid. That shot missing. Good D by Antetokounmpo. It's Prince on the wing. And a two-handed jam!
That's just too easy for Taurean Prince.
Reed to screen on Lillard. DiVincenzo with it. And it's Kuzma picking him up. The offensive rebound. First quarter of play, a minute in. The three from Prince. It's rebounded by Rudy Gobert. And so Randall will bring it up for the T-Wolves. 4-point game. And then he packs it down right over Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Oh, that's nuts. Randall getting up there, turning a little bit, and putting on a bit of a show here.
It's hard to believe now, but Julius Randle has been in the league over a decade now, Brent.
Yeah, it's been an interesting ride for Julius Randle. A lot of different roles, but he's evolved his game quite a bit. Some he's done himself, and then guys have adjusted around the way that he has been a leader, a scorer, a rebounder, a presence. Julius Randle continues to impress and make strides.
Pass to Prince. And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. Rebounded by the Timberwolves. Left side Reed. Here's DiVincenzo. And it's out of bounds to Minnesota.
Almost had the steal. You have to love the pressure defense.
Yeah, pestering right now, and that's going to pay some dividends. At some point, there's going to be a turnover.
Edwards against Prince. 6 to shoot. To the left wing. Gobert passes to Randall. The Timberwolves need to get off a shot here. Rejected by Antetokounmpo.
And Giannis erasing that shot with his length. Shooters have to beware of where Giannis is.
And you got to be in awe of incredible defensive efforts like this.
I mean, letting them know up front that he's on the hunt tonight and eager to knock away shots. I love it.
Into the lane. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair. They'll pin that one on Julius Randle. Well, Grant, they say early in Giannis's career, he had to work not just on his game, but his attitude.
And that's true, B.A. It wasn't a bad attitude. He just lacked an edge. The ruthless mindset that all great players have. But, man, once he got that edge, he never lost it.
Well, Brent, although he hasn't won an MVP since 2020, Giannis has been a finalist every season.
Well, B.A., I just wonder if the voter fatigue is something that Giannis is tired of. Forget the voters. Maybe he just wants to focus on getting back to that level. Obviously, in the past couple seasons, you could say that he might have deserved one more, but this is one of the best two-way players in the league, and he's not going anywhere.
In transition, here come the Bucks. And Antetokounmpo with the stuff.
Well, Taurean Prince is strong, but he's also got big, powerful hands. He pried that one away.
And there's contact and a whistle. So he's got 2 shots coming up.
The defense there doing whatever they can to protect the rim.
First trip to the free throw line for him in this one. And both free throws good for Edwards.
Well, a great player on a great role at the charity stripe. The D has got to be careful about being too aggressive on him and sending him back for freebies.
Kuzma, the pass to Prince. Antetokounmpo with it. From deep. Prince can't hit.
Man, that's his shot. Maybe he was too wide open.
Inside. Oh, and Gobert powers it home.
You're best to get out of Gobert's way. You don't want to be on the wrong end of that dunk.
Out to Lillard. Prince, the pass to Lillard. They get it again. Lopez. Kuzma outside. Pass to Lopez. 5 on the clock. The 3. Reed with the rebound. And so it's Edwards who brings up the ball for Minnesota. Trailing by 5. Puts up a 3. Rebound, Milwaukee. 54 seconds left in the first. Reed against Lillard. Lopez passes to Prince. Drills it from deep. Prince has got 8.
When he's spotted up like that, Taurean Prince, those percentages go up. Very comfortable on that one.
DiVincenzo against Lillard. DiVincenzo, pass to Reed. And off the left side of the rim, it swirls in for him.
Attacking in the painted area. Clearly that was their game plan coming in.
Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. And Dante DiVincenzo is going to pick up the foul. That's his first foul of the game.
Second team foul.
Antetokounmpo, the pass to Lopez. The kick out to Kuzma. Back to Lillard. And the Bucks hit again from deep.
Name a place where Damian Lillard can't score. I guarantee you it's not the corner.
Now Randall. Yep, count it. Randall's got his second basket.
He just takes advantage of the D in a way that very few players playing today can do.
Goes up on the wing. That misses. Would have counted had it gone. And so it's Milwaukee closing out this quarter with a 7-point lead. And their defense has stood out, wreaking havoc for the opposition. And for those of you just tuning in, second quarter action is where we are. All right, guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the Bucks.
Well, we're in the era of the three-point basket. So if you want to win games in this league, you have to connect from deep, and they have been thus far.
Love the passing that they displayed at the start of the game. Great ball movement that's opening up some chances without really getting deep into the execution.
On the court for the Timberwolves, second quarter underway. We've got Edwards. Rudy Gobert is out there with Naz Reid. Then it's Dante DiVincenzo, and it's Randall in at the 3 slot.
I love it when Giannis is in attack mode like that and gets to the rim so quick.
Grant, Kyle Kuzma is an instinctual scorer who gets it done in a variety of ways.
He's especially skilled inside the painted area, but he's a capable shooter from mid-range and beyond the arc. Plus, he's someone you can rely on in the clutch. Beautiful effort on that tip-in. High activity level is part and parcel of his game.
Lillard passes to Lopez, and Dante DiVincenzo is going to pick up the foul. That'll be a second foul of the game.
First team foul.
Here's Lillard. Pass to Antetokounmpo. It's Prince on the wing. Just 4 to shoot. Kuzma for 3. Reid with the rebound. Reid's got 5 rebounds tonight. Out of bounds. It'll be Bucks ball. All right, let's get a report from Allie.
Ryan, Anthony Edwards, his disposition just brightens a locker room. Coach Chris Finch said he's an absolute joy to coach. Always in a great mood with a great smile. It doesn't matter if he plays well or he doesn't. Every day he has the same approach and the same attitude.
And he wants to be great, Allie. There's no doubt about that. Timberwolves trail by 7. And Dante DiVincenzo is going to pick up the foul. That's his 3rd foul so far.
I love great defense. Just quick to establish his feet, and he takes the hit.
Here's Antetokounmpo. 6 points for him. Giannis striding in, and Giannis throws it down.
Watching that guy put on a burst of speed, he takes up so much of the floor. What a burst by Giannis.
Outside, DiVincenzo. And here's Edwards outside. Fires in the triple. Edwards has got 5 points.
No way he's going to pass that shot up. The D is way too far back and relaxed in getting out on him.
Bully ball in the paint from Giannis. Well, Grant, with players getting bigger and more athletic, do you support moving the restricted area out?
Yeah, B.A., I would. We've seen a lot of injuries when defenders slide underneath elevated players on the drive. So cutting down that risk makes a lot of sense.
Picked by Gobert. The drive by DiVincenzo. Banked it in off the glass.
DiVincenzo just 1 step ahead of the D that time.
The Bucks leading by 6. Antetokounmpo inside. Defended by Gobert. Stolen by Reid. Outside Edwards. And we're just over 2.5 minutes into the second. Reid passes to Edwards. Prince grabs the miss.
That's the only kind of defense that's going to cut the mustard here tonight. You got to stay on top of a guy like that who can play at such a high level offensively.
And you can see early on that Giannis wanted to be aggressive. I mean, he's taken over at the offensive end.
Randall with the drive. Here's Gobert. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. Well, Grant, from roster to coaching changes, the Bucks have been trying to become an even more elite team.
Yeah, teams are always tinkering now these days, BA. The Bucks know they are a high-level team, but they want to dominate the competition on another level.
Here's Lillard. Oh, great work by Lillard in the paint.
Muscling in for the basket. Lillard showing that mental toughness to get in there.
Timberwolves trail by 8. Just under 3.5 minutes played here in the second quarter. Randall deciding where to go with it. To the inside. Reed. A slam dunk by Reed.
With the explosive leaping ability, he's able to play center despite being undersized.
Dane goes in. It's Prince on the wing. Oh, and Giannis hammers it in.
More and more signs of the skill set of Taurean Prince as he finds an open teammate.
Minnesota's gone 1 for 3 from downtown here in the second. To the middle. Lopez with the steal. In transition. Kuzma outside. And it's out of bounds. Last touch by Kuzma. Timberwolves trail by 8. DiVincenzo with it for 3. Randall. Rebounded by Kuzma.
Well, the D really getting away with one there. No one on him. And that's going to be good 9 out of 10 times.
Oh, and the jam by Lillard.
Another reminder that Damian Lillard can be explosive. And we love it.
And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws. Minnesota is shooting their 5th and 6th free throws of the game. And he knocks down the first one.
Julius Randle, 2 shots.
And so he hits both.
Makes it pretty tough on the defense. Who you're going to pick to send to the free throw line. And he's hitting the free throws right now. Form looks good.
Just 1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock. Antetokounmpo looking it over. He takes it in. Giannis stomps in and hammers it down.
I love the aggressiveness. He's been on fire the entire first half and continues to strike while the iron's hot.
And out of bounds, Milwaukee will have it.
It's one thing to get outplayed, but when you're giving away possessions like this, it makes it even more tough.
Here's Lillard. No good. Would have counted had it gone. Giannis Antetokounmpo has been on display for the Milwaukee Bucks. He made a big impact, scoring 12 points in the quarter. Allie, as always, thank you. We'll be back right after the break for the third quarter here on 2K Sports. You could join us. We've got 2 quarters left to go in regulation. It's been a clinic out there by Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Can they come up with an answer for him coming out of the half? They have to change something defensively.
Yeah, just way too easy out there, and I'm sure coach is going to make that a priority at halftime.
Inside, we have Giannis and Lopez. Damian Lillard out there with Prince. And it's Kuzma in at the 3. That's Doc Rivers' 5 as we get into the second half. 3 on the clock. Back to Reed. Fires the 3. Rebounded by Lopez. Milwaukee leading by 10. And Dante DiVincenzo is going to pick up the foul. That'll get him his 4th foul of the game. And that's out of bounds. Milwaukee will keep it. Here's Lillard. 10-point lead. This is their biggest of the game. Pass to Antetokounmpo. Ooh, plenty of contact on that shot. Officials call the foul, and he'll take 2 free throws now. It's on Anthony Edwards.
So tough to contain the length of Giannis. When he takes those strides, he's going to make you foul him.
First free throw is good.
Taking 2 shots.
No good on the second free throw. Timberwolves trail by 11. Edwards, the pass to Gobert. Now here's Randall. DiVincenzo on the wing, defended by Lillard. Pass to Gobert. 6 on the shot clock. Oh! Gobert hammers it home!
DiVincenzo being a connector out there now.
Here's Antetokounmpo. And Giannis with the dunk.
Attacking the rim with power.
Tremendous finish. And you know, Damian Lillard, a lot of his points come from the line, Brent.
Well, he does a great job of getting himself there. I think defenders are so in tune with Lillard's ability to drill you from the three-point line. He gets around the initial guy and then into the teeth of the defense where he's very strong at attacking the rim.
Yeah, they've been pretty careless so far, racking up a number of fouls in very little time.
Free throw good, Lillard. Well, Grant, there are few players in the league who can attack a defense from the logo, but Lillard is one of them.
Yeah, and he makes it look so easy. You have to pick him up at the half-court line, and it's been that way for about a decade.
Antetokounmpo finds Lillard. Off target from three-point range.
And you just can't afford to give up that kind of look very often.
Lillard against Randall. Over Lillard. Randall can't hit.
Clean look from mid-range. Coach will probably want to run that play again.
And stolen by Edwards. And now the T-Wolves on the break. No good with a layup. Milwaukee leading by 12. All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
Brian, one of the great challenges of an NBA player's life is being traded. Veteran P.J. Tucker said, in 24 hours, you're playing for another team in another city. Getting all of your stuff, uprooting your kids, changing schools. Your whole entire life changes in a blink. If you've never experienced it, you never understand. B.A.?
Pretty heavy stuff, Allie. Thank you.
And Giannis will just about do anything the coaching staff asks. A true team player.
Timberwolves trail by 14. Trying to find a spark here.
Yes, indeed. A rough stretch offensively. They could really use a basket.
Randall, good. Randall's got 8 points.
Yeah, Randall does a good job. His frame alone helps to create some space. Just with a little pivot there, able to find a way to score.
For 3, here's Lillard. And another miss by Milwaukee. The Timberwolves have gone 2 of 5 in this third quarter. Let's go with a 3. Gobert. Oh, Gobert! Right there on the putback.
And you know he's tough on the glass. Easy money there for Gobert.
And Antetokounmpo, here we go. Lillard outside. DiVincenzo with a steal. And wrestling for it there, but no one has possession. We'll have a jump ball. Lopez passes to Prince. And again, it's the Bucks missing. And so it's Edwards who brings up the ball for the T-Wolves. Their defense has only allowed 6 points in the second half. And Antetokounmpo, here we go. And Antetokounmpo with the stuff.
Typically, it takes Giannis one stride to get where he wants to go. And in that one stride, he's covering so much ground, you can't keep up with him.
Back to DiVincenzo. Here's Gobert. And Gobert with the stuff.
Now, B.A., you know they would love for him to get more of those opportunities.
Well, that would cut into the deficit quickly if he does. Stolen by Reed. Pass to DiVincenzo. There's 57 seconds left in the third quarter. From the arc. It's Milwaukee with a rebound. They've led by as many as 14. And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. Lillard drains the outside shot.
And not just a volume shooter. Lillard, very accurate.
Timberwolves trail by 13. Here's Reed. Oh, it's blocked. It deflects off the backboard. They retain possession. Reed sets a screen. Here's DiVincenzo. Gobert passes to Reed. Oh, stolen by Lillard. There's a 4-second difference between the shot and game clock. And Dante DiVincenzo is going to pick up the foul. That'll be foul number 5 on him. And due to the bonus, we'll head to the line for 2. That one falls, so he hits both of them. Minnesota's got nothing to fall from outside in this third quarter. For 3, DiVincenzo drains the triple. DiVincenzo's got 5 points.
That's one of the toughest shots in the NBA to stop. And if Dante's able to pull up consistently like that, it's going to open up some things offensively.
It's just executing at a high level. I mean, taking what the defense allows and putting in the work.
Basketball IQ is something that gets talked about, but its importance to a team showing up here, running plays that turn into scores.
And so it's the Milwaukee Bucks up 14 as we wrap up the quarter. They're getting... And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
And I'll tell you what, this was a no-brainer tonight. Take a look at the precision on this feed. Couldn't place it any better.
Well, there's a way to break down the defense with the handle, but you can do it with the pass. Prime example of that right there.
And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same for the first 3 quarters. On the court for Minnesota, Julius Randle out there with Naz Reid. Then there's Rudy Gobert. Then there's Anthony Edwards. And it's DiVincenzo in at the 1.
And look at Giannis using his length inside, allowing him to beat the contact and get the finish.
Back to Reid. Knocked loose. And stolen by Antetokounmpo. Oh, and a fast break for the Bucks. The shot by Lillard, no good. Timberwolves trail by 16. From deep three-point land. DiVincenzo can't hit. And it's Lillard penetrating. And the dunk by Lillard.
Yeah, not something you want to do. You let Lillard drive all the way to the rack, and he will throw it down.
Edwards, no good.
And it's another just bad decision on a night full of those. His shot selection tonight has been questionable at best.
Good chance here for Antetokounmpo. Reid with the rebound.
The defense better tighten up on the mid-range. They're much, much tighter. You expect him to make every single one of those.
And the basket by Edwards.
And this is how confident Edwards is. Feels like he can sink these shots whenever he wants.
Prince finds Lillard, takes a 3, finds it again. 6 for 12 and remaining assertive.
Now you have to extend that defense. I mean, you really have to stay connected to him at all times.
I'm not sure what the defense collectively was thinking there. You got to know where he is at all times.
The 3 from Prince. The rebound by the Timberwolves. Reid's got rebound number 9 now. What an effort here tonight.
That's a tough rebound if you don't have the length that he does, so the size paying off.
The kick out to Kuzma. No good on the 3. Timberwolves trail by 19. Edwards for 3. Sends it home from three-point land. Edwards has got 5 points in the quarter.
Shooting the 3 with confidence. That's exactly what this team needs from Edwards.
And Lillard, here we go. Rebound Minnesota. Reid's got 11 rebounds in the game. Edwards fires from way outside. It's Milwaukee with a rebound.
It's never easy from that distance, but we see him drill those and shoot around all the time.
Oh, no, I know he can make it, but that's warm-ups, so maybe just a step too far.
They get it back, and it's Randle with the jam.
Is somebody not alert to block out the wide frame of Julius Randle, who gets in there after the loose ball?
Lillard passes to Lopez. Reid with the rebound. Timberwolves trail by 17. Pass to Edwards. Outside, DiVincenzo. Now here's Reid. Now Randle. Defended by Kuzma. From deep three-point range, Giannis Antetokounmpo grabs the board. Antetokounmpo has got rebound number 9 now. What an effort here tonight.
And the distance between the point totals for these teams tells the whole story. Just a fantastic effort, and you have to give it up for the Bucks.
They were the more accurate club, and in the end, that made the difference, Grant.
Yeah, B.A., you have to love their strategy. And even more, you love the execution.
And as it was happening, as it was building, you knew this was a monster game for Giannis Antetokounmpo.
We saw him get a lot of touches tonight, and he wasted very few of them. Really made himself the backbone of their offense.
Lopez finds Prince. Lopez with it, Reed defending. Pass to DiVincenzo for 3. It's Milwaukee with a rebound. Here's Prince. Jacks up a 3. Nails it from beyond the arc.
You can feel the excitement in this arena. These guys have done one heck of a job.
Yeah, huge motivation, always great for a young team, but veteran players also appreciate when fans come with that kind of energy and get into the spirit of the game.
And now they decide to foul intentionally.
Man, you know what? We'll give them some credit for battling today, but this one is just about over.
8-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. Antetokounmpo for 3.
On defense, Gobert expertly uses his size and length, making himself into a wall.
For 3, Randall hits the trifecta.
Julius Randle for 3.
Lillard outside. So this one belongs to the Bucks. This one was a fun one to watch. They were clearly in the driver's seat down the stretch.
They really were, B.A. They played with great intensity on both ends of the floor, and they didn't allow their mistakes to get the better of them.
All right, Allie's ready to go. She's courtside. Hey, Allie.
Dame, a strong defensive effort.
All right, Allie, thank you. And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Brent Barry, Grant Hill, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian Anderson. Thank you.
you say does that?
Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining us for NBA action. The three-point shot, so important in today's NBA and a major part of the game plan, Greg, for both of these teams.
And we can expect to see a high volume of shots from beyond the arc in this one. I'm looking for whichever squad is able to create more havoc and throw the opposing shooters off their rhythm.
Here are the starters for Milwaukee. The post pair, the longtime duo of Antetokounmpo and Lopez. Damian Lillard out there with Prince, and it's Kuzma in at the small forward spot.
And you love watching Giannis operate inside, so assertive and forceful.
Irving for three. Antetokounmpo pulls it in. Lillard against Washington. Gafford with the steal, and we've got a whistle. The refs are indicating it's a transition take foul. It's going to be a shot and the ball. The Mavericks shooting their first free throw of the game. Well, Daniel Gafford has carved out, Doris, a role in this league with his hustle, his intensity, and his rim protection.
All of those things you just mentioned, Kevin, are skills. He plays hard on both ends. Gafford can defend the paint. He's going to crash the glass. He's going to run the floor. Listen, figure out how you can fit and do your job.
You know, you were talking about Giannis. He can put up 30 a game without taking many shots from the perimeter. And that's a tall order these days, especially because he gets doubled every single time. Both free throws good from Antetokounmpo.
I think what makes Giannis special is how uncomplicated he is. The man is just an incredible, pure athlete who simply loves the game of basketball. That's all there is to it.
And here's Lillard. He brings it up for Milwaukee. Now let's send it over to David Aldridge, who was able to talk with Jason Kidd.
I asked him how he'll try to handle Giannis Antetokounmpo tonight, and Coach remarked, handle? You can't handle Giannis. We'll give him different looks and clog lanes, but really all we can do is pray a shot isn't falling. There's nothing wrong with asking for a little divine intervention on defense tonight, I guess. Guys?
Thanks, David. Now Davis. Following the miss by Kyle Kuzma from deep. Rebound by Brook Lopez. Here's Milwaukee now. Gafford with the steal. And here's Washington outside. Milwaukee with the rebound. And about 2 minutes played here in the first quarter. Three-pointer. Prince misses. For Dallas, they've gone just 1 for 5 from the field to start the quarter. Giannis with it. Picked up by Davis. Prince misses.
You can't look at the result of that shot. They'll take that whenever they get it.
And they should, because it's when you start turning down that kind of look that your offense can start to bog down a bit.
There's a fluid power and athleticism that he possesses, nearly impossible to contain Davis inside.
And that one falls, and that puts him up by 1 point. Here in the first, just under 2.5 minutes played so far. Antetokounmpo dishes to Prince. To the left wing. Here's Kuzma going inside. Lays it up and banks it in.
Kyle Kuzma doing things off the bounce right now. How about that drive, guys? Impressive.
And Greg, 2 seasons ago, the Bucks ranked first in defensive rating. Last season, they dropped down to number 19.
Yeah, shifting defensive schemes, coaching changes, also swapping Drew Holiday for Damian Lillard. But they can and should be better than 19.
You know this, if you're open, you can count on Brook Lopez to find you. He uses his height to spot open teammates.
1:52 left to play here in the first. Antetokounmpo inside. Covered by Irving. Giannis against Irving. Down it goes. Nice one there from Antetokounmpo.
Contact just doesn't matter against Giannis. Once he's inside, he is not to be stopped.
And so the ball goes out of bounds. Lopez touched it last. Here's Irving. And here in the first quarter, with a little over 3.5 minutes played, He was all alone on that one.
It's hard to make your way in today's NBA without being a tremendous three-point shooter. Taurean Prince doing work from beyond the arc. Boy, he won't miss many from that spot. The defense gets lucky there.
It's Prince on the wing. Kick out to Giannis. Out of bounds. Dallas will take possession.
That's a perfect example of why good hands are important in basketball. It just misread that pass completely.
Thompson against Prince. Wasted no time on that one.
A true shooter, Thompson can adjust his touch perfectly for that mid-range.
Here's Lillard, and he banks in the layup. Lillard's got his second basket.
Well, you love the activity out there. What a play. This guy is busy on the offensive end.
And he's a good shooter from outside, but not sure from that deep.
Boy, we're seeing it more and more. Guys looking to create additional space by stepping back further from the line.
And Davis wide open. He shoots. Rebound, Giannis Antetokounmpo. Giannis has got rebound number 5 here tonight. 2 seconds separate the shot clock and game clock. And he uses the glass on the layup. Antetokounmpo's got 8 points.
And those are the kind of nice inside looks they've gotten here in the first half.
Washington kicks to Gafford. Wide open, couldn't capitalize. Giannis Antetokounmpo, he's feeling it tonight and has been the driving force for the Bucks. His work on the glass was outstanding in that quarter. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through 1 quarter of action so far. And what do you guys think so far about the offensive approach for Milwaukee?
These guys have been so quick off the dribble, finding great lanes to attack and getting themselves to the basket.
I think the other thing they've done a great job of is making their presence felt inside, converting tons of paint opportunities.
On the court for Milwaukee here in the second, the post pair, the longtime duo of Antetokounmpo and Lopez. Prince out there with Damian Lillard. And it's Kuzma in at the 3. Shot clock at 6. Back to Giannis. Great tee that time from Davis.
Boy, if you're going up against this guy in this close a range, you've got to defend with everything you've got. A tremendous job defensively.
Here's Thompson. Kuzma pulls it in. Kuzma's got his 4th rebound in this one. And we know Kuzma's always been a terrific scorer. But Greg, he's developed as a passer over time.
And Kevin, early in his career, Kuzma wasn't called on to be a leader, but he's grown into that role, and he puts effort into orchestrating for his teammates.
One thing that stands out about Kyrie Irving, obviously, his creativity, especially when it comes to his handle, as good as it gets.
And so Irving nails both of them. You know, a trend that's been unmistakable, Greg, over the last few decades has been the number of positionless players.
Yeah, and I think that's a great thing, right? So many players now with diversity in their skill set, and there's no need to commit a player to a certain role just based on their size.
A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. David.
Kevin, thanks. It's important to remember Damian Lillard was a 2-star prospect coming out of high school in Oakland. He says that the doubt I faced, what I found is I have true belief in myself. I poured a lot in and just continued to work. That's why when I struggle, I never waver because I know that I'm true to it. Eventually, I'm going to have my time. Kevin?
I think they call that game time. Hey, David, thank you.
And on an open look like that, he's very gifted at making the weak coverage pay.
Washington passes to Davis. That doesn't go in. Had a chance, though, to take the lead. The Bucks have gotten only 1 of their first 4 shots in the second quarter to drop.
Well, he's a quality mid-range shooter, but he can't get that one to go.
Pass to Washington. No good on the 3. Milwaukee's gone 1 of 3 from way outside since the start of the second quarter. Giannis up top. He's covered by Washington. Prince against Thompson. Here's Kuzma. Rebounded by Gafford.
Boy, he's at the cup, but that is tremendous defense. Prohibit the lay-in without fouling.
Milwaukee in the lead. Kuzma, right side. Kicks it out to Lillard. Pass to Prince. Inside. Second shot opportunity. Lopez, no luck.
Boy, that's one he wishes he could have back, especially against soft defense.
Kuzma against Washington. Outside, Davis. Shoots over Kuzma. Here's Gafford. And the rejection by Antetokounmpo. That's out of bounds. The Mavericks able to retain possession here. 1:14 left to play in the first half. Washington kicks to Thompson. Good! Thompson makes it look so easy.
At his absolute best, Klay Thompson rise and fire on the catch. Good night defense.
Can they get it? Antetokounmpo can't get it to go. Dallas has gone 3 of 4 with the long-range bombs here in the second quarter. Over in the corner, Washington. A rebound by the Bucks. 2 for 1 opportunity here if they want it.
And no doubt, Kevin, if I'm them, I go for it.
Kuzma can't get it to go. The Mavericks leading. We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Antetokounmpo against Thompson. Here's Kuzma. His 3-pointer's off the mark. Irving with a clean look. Dallas, no good that time either. Giannis inside. It's Kuzma penetrating. And that's it for the first half of action. What's been a very close game here. Mavericks ahead as they wrap up the second quarter with a 13-3 run. It's time now to go courtside as we send you over to David Aldridge from the sideline. Thank you, David. And we'll be back for the third quarter of action following halftime.
And get ready for the fan half-court shot. Okay, they're thinking about the shot.
We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. Klay Thompson with a strong contribution so far in this one.
Yeah, and just look at the numbers from the first half. He has been very efficient.
I think they've taken their time. They've showed incredible patience. It's a sign of a well-coached ball club.
Thompson is out there with Irving. Then there's P.J. Washington. And there's Davis, and it's Gafford in at the 5 spot. That's the lineup in the game for Dallas.
Aggressive move by Lillard, attacking the heart of that defense.
Hey, GA, how about Damian Lillard's time in Portland? 11 magnificent years.
I mean, Kevin, arguably the best trailblazer of all time. Rookie of the year, then 7 All-Star appearances. Dame will always be a legend in the Rose City.
Prince outside, 3-pointer. Kyrie Irving grabs the miss. It's a neck-and-neck game here in Dallas. Davis, the pass to Gafford. Washington with it, picked up by Kuzma. And that's out of bounds. It was last touched by Gafford. Second half of basketball, just over a minute played so far. Giannis charging into the lane. Beyond the arc. And Kuzma with the basket on the assist by Giannis. Kuzma's got 5.
All Kuzma needed was the basketball. His feet were planted. He was ready on the catch.
And that's out of bounds. Dallas will retain possession. Gafford finds Thompson. Dallas moving the ball around. To the inside. Davis. The rebound by the Bucks. Giannis has got double-digit rebounds now in the game. Prince the pass to Lillard. Kicks it out to Giannis. Back to Lopez. 6 on the shot clock. Here's the three. And Damian Lillard, good for the three. And it's a 4-point Bucks lead.
Some nights, Lillard can just keep going and going.
Pass to Gafford. Outside Irving. Davis with it. Guarded now by Prince. Will it go? Davis owning the inside.
Man, this guy is a scoring machine. I mean, I know I'm not the only one to describe him that way.
Lillard attacking.
That first step of Lillard, deadly.
Second half of play with just under 2.5 minutes gone. Here's Washington. From down in the low post, it goes. And so Antetokounmpo will bring it up for the Bucks. The lead is 2. And Davis pulls it down. For Dallas, they've gone 3 of 6 in the third quarter, 50% from the field. Gafford kicks to Irving. Back to Gafford. Launches it. A rebound by the Bucks.
I'll tell you, this has not been his game, and he's making it worse with shot selection like that.
Down low, inside. Giannis drops it in.
That's the kind of aggressive and assertive play they need as we get closer and closer to crunch time.
And there it is for him. Washington's got 6.
Yeah, well done to finish that one off.
Here's Lillard, and he's fouled pretty hard on that shot, but he's got the chance to pick up the points at the line. It's going to be on Kyrie Irving.
Yeah, you never want to foul Dame in the act. He's almost automatic from the line.
And both free throws good for Damian Lillard.
An efficient night from the line. This is a guy who puts in the work and it pays dividends.
Pass to Gafford. In the third quarter with just over 3.5 minutes off the clock. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. The Mavericks shooting their 6th and 7th free throws in the game. First free throw is good.
Taking 2 shots.
Second free throw, no good. Milwaukee leading by 3. Here's Prince. Misses in close. 1:11 left to play in the third. Irving. Lillard with the rebound. Milwaukee's gone into the three-point range 4 times since halftime and buried 2 of them. Antetokounmpo, no good. For Dallas, they've gone 4 of 9 from the floor so far in the third. A shot by Washington, and he's wide open. Hits the jumper in space. 8 points for him. Bucks have gone to even 5 of 10 on shot attempts in the third. Antetokounmpo passes to Kuzma. Thompson against Prince. Driving the lane. Mavericks with the rebound. Davis has got his 6th rebound on the night. 6-second difference between shot and game clock. Davis with a screen on Lillard. Irving passes to Davis. Lands soft on the front of the rim and drops. 6 points for Davis.
Given his shooting ability, Irving presents a ton of problems in the pick and roll.
Antetokounmpo finds Prince. They grab their own miss. Out to Kuzma. Giannis outside. Pass to Prince. Second chance shot. And the last shot before the buzzer is off. 3 quarters of play in a close game here. Mavericks lead by 1. And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assists of the game.
Just true artistry right there. I mean, great decision on where to go with the ball, and how about the perfect delivery?
We call that putting it right in the pocket, and he knew what to do with it once it was there.
We've reached the 4th quarter, and what has been a very competitive game should be an exciting finish. Setting the floor for the Bucks. The post pair, the longtime duo of Antetokounmpo and Lopez. Damian Lillard out there with Taurean Prince. And it's Kuzma in at the 3 spot. To the left side wing. Here's Gafford. That's short off the rim.
Listen, that's a look he can hit, but right now he can't throw it in the ocean.
Lillard attacking down low. The kick out to Antetokounmpo. And the foul on Daniel Gafford. That'll be his second foul of the game.
First team foul.
So it's the Bucks now. It's a one-point game. And the foul on Daniel Gafford.
Second team foul.
That's his third foul of the game. Lillard against Irving. And it's Lillard missing. Fourth quarter of basketball. We're about a minute into it. Thompson from long range. Good, and the assist goes to Irving. Irving's got 5 assists in the game.
Well, this is his comfort zone. Klay Thompson beyond the arc. Such an easy look right there.
Here's Kuzma, and Kuzma slams it in.
And he shows us all what the breakaway rim was invented for.
Can you believe he almost brought the whole thing down by hanging on that long? Gafford kicks to Washington. Inside. Tries again. Milwaukee with the rebound. Here's Prince. Here's the triple. Traps in the tray. And it's a 3-point Bucks lead.
The defenders need to recognize the importance of staying on him as we get into crunch time. And you don't want to allow too many of those short ones with the game right now in the balance.
Out to Kuzma. Bucks passing it around. Prince outside and stolen by Irving. Pass to Washington. Takes a 3. Offensive rebound. And Davis can't get it to go. Bucks have gone 3 of 4 in field goal attempts since getting things started here in the fourth. Kuzma passes to Giannis. Prince wide open. Off the mark there with the 3-point shot. Dallas has gone 1 of 2 from 3-point range here in the fourth. Here's Irving. And that one falls coming off of Davis's feed. Davis has got 3 assists now in this one.
Guys, it doesn't get much bigger than that. Irving coming up huge right there with the bucket.
And Lillard kicks to Kuzma. From deep, Prince. Back to Kuzma.
2 minutes remaining in the game.
Lillard scanning the floor. 6 to shoot. The kick out to Antetokounmpo. He trains it as the shot clock ticks down. Antetokounmpo's got 4 points in the quarter.
And you know he knows he's the leader of his team. Giannis embracing the opportunity to come through with big baskets.
Well, big-time moment means big-time guy, and Klay Thompson delivers yet again.
Lillard attacking out to Kuzma. And Kuzma slams it in.
Kyle Kuzma stepping up and getting it done.
And here's Davis for 3. Giannis grabs the miss. Antetokounmpo's got 13 rebounds in the game. Seeded. Kuzma passes to Prince. And Prince with the jam.
You get the sense Taurean Prince rises to the challenge and relishes every chance he gets.
And it's Davis missing.
All alone from mid-range. They know he won't miss many of those.
Prince dishes to Lopez. There's 57 seconds left in the fourth quarter. And it's Brook Lopez with the foul. That's his 3rd foul of the game. Dallas has gotten off 4 3-pointers in the final quarter, and 2 of them have fallen. And it's Milwaukee's ball. The lead is 2. And the flush by Antetokounmpo!
So much riding on that shot. What a bucket.
I'll tell you, that changes things, doesn't it? Good job, young fella. What a game.
Prince with the ball. Picked up by Thompson. Prince looking around on the top of the key. And the rebound goes to the Mavericks.
And I'm not sure that is a shot that he should be taking.
Well, it's hard to imagine that the play was designed to go in that direction. Boy, I'd be surprised if we see that again.
And it's Lopez penetrating. Money!
Looking to close it out. That one might have been the backbreaker.
Well, at this point, they're so far up, it would take a real collapse to give this game away at this point.
Outside Irving. It's up a three. The shot, no good. And so it's the Bucks who come out on top here. They seem to relish their role as the bad guy here tonight.
Yeah, you know, Kevin, I sense that as well. I mean, they really did feed off all of that negative energy this crowd was directing at them. I mean, they turned it around and used it as motivation to close out.
Thank you, David. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Greg Anthony, Doris Burke, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan. Thanks for tuning in.